Begin with Atlanta Police Department now at 10 a.m., Atlanta Fire Rescue at 11. We'll be breaking for lunch at noon and then continue with Department of Corrections at 1 p.m., Office of the Inspector General at 2 p.m., City Auditor at 2:30 p.m., and then close the day with Atlanta Citizens Review Board at 3 p.m. For the listening public and viewing public, an electronic copy of the budget book and all presentations can be found under the proposed FY23 budget tab on the Finance Executive page of the City Council website. I'm going to ask council members to let the presenters make it through their entire presentation, and then I'll compile a list of folks with questions. If you'll just raise your hand in advance and let me know, I'll add you to that queue. With that, we'll start with Atlanta Police Department, and if you have your budget books with you, it's on page 349. With that, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to our team from the Atlanta Police Department. If you will, introduce your team, and let's get going. All right. And I hope all the microphones are turned on up there.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Rodney Bryant, the Chief of the Atlanta Police Department. Here with me is the administrative and team that really manages the budget, and we will I'll do introductions from. I'll do the entire introduction. We have Ron Solis to my right is the Deputy Director of E911. Chief Spann is the Deputy Chief of Support Services. Assistant Chief Shearbaum manages the day-to-day operation of the Atlanta Police Department. Ms. Jackson Ellis is the business manager, and Yolanda Pascal as well. That's it, and we'll go ahead and dive right into our presentation. On the first page is clearly our mission statement, vision statement, and our core values, which has been consistent over the past couple of years, giving us directions as it relates to how we present it to the citizens that we serve and our means of getting there. Our next slide will be our organizational chart. It shows the breakdown of our department. This may be a slight difference from where we were previously as we decided to do a level of reorganization. We thought that it was, We thought that it was important that we restructure the organization for more efficiency in our organization. It has a relatively similar tier, with the Chief of Police being the Chief Operating Officer of the Police Department, and the team that responds to me, which is the Chief of Staff, Public Affairs, Professional Standards, OPS. The Assistant Chief, which manages the other 6 divisions of our police department in the day-to-day operation of our police department. As you see on this slide, there's one unique position that is new to our organizations from where we were last year. There was no significant cost to standing up this division, but we thought that it was quite important as we realized technical information services was important to move our department forward. As we saw, we were lacking as it relates to technology, and so that we can get quicker, immediate response and a direct line to the chief, as well as to AIM, to make sure that we were not missing project, that we stayed at the forefront. We stood up this position as a deputy chief to run technical information. Part of that, and I'll get further into my conversation, is some of the deliverables that we've been able to do in a short period of time. The other divisions is field operations, which manages the day-to-day E911 responses throughout the city. Criminal investigation, which where we house most of our investigative units. E911 is additionally a new division. Previously, it has been a section. I thought that due to the importance of what we were seeing around our E911 system, it was important to elevate this to a division level as well. It gives the E911 director the ability to respond to the assistant chief, and myself more readily, and gives us the ability to have our finger on what's happening in E911 and be able to resolve issues there much more quicker than we had in the past. Community Service Division, which is again the outreach of our Atlanta Police Department, where we house most of our outreach units. Support Services, which is most of our administrative services, and Strategies and Special Projects, where we do most of this is where we house our APLI and our accreditation unit as well. The next slide goes into the summary of our budget. Most of our budget, as you are aware of, really deals with most of our personnel services, so 86% of it goes there. This is where we stand as of today. We're actually as of March of 2020, so we have a ways to go to round out the end of this year with our personnel service. Clearly, our budget shows that we were operating at a budget of $198 million. We still have available funds right now. Darlene or Yolanda could give us an exact pinpoint of where we are to date, but as of March, we were at 49,000. The only area that we are in deficit is as supplies, but we're able to manage through that one accordingly as well. When you go to the left lower quadrant, it shows where we are as it relates to our sworn and vacancy rate and field. This has been an area of challenge for us. However, we've done a phenomenal job in working with the mayor's office as well as the Atlanta Police Foundation to make sure that we stay ahead of where we are recruiting. So right now, we anticipate that we will meet the milestone of what the challenge and charge has been of our mayor to get 250 officers. Right now, we're at 1660, and actually that number is slightly increased. This is a snapshot of where we were in March. That number will continue to go up. This is a slight decrease from where we were last year at the exact same time, but we, again, are clearly making that up as it relates to where we are with our recruitment. Our sworn field position is 1616, with giving us a vacancy of 426. Civilian, 414, giving us a vacancy of 191. And then recapture is 72. The recapture is vital to what we do, as it allows us to retain some information, some historical knowledge of our organization, and gives us the ability to train some of our newer officers as well. The next slide is a summary of our FY23 operational budget. The first quadrant shows the increase. This increase is due to, and it shows where we are today. Clearly, this increase is due to raises throughout our organization, some overtime usage that we had to utilize, and as we now become more in line with a more open community, we're able to address more events that are being held throughout our city. This budget will allow us to do just that. As you look at the quadrant to the right of it, it shows the breakdown of percentages. Again, as I stated, our personnel services, this shows that most of our budget goes to personnel, which is 86%. And the next one being in purchases and contracts at 5%. And then interfunds changes is at 4%. Our operational areas, as I stated earlier, is field operation, which houses most of our E911 responses, our criminal investigation unit, which does most of our investigations throughout our police department, E911, community services, support services, strategies and special projects, and technical information services. Our key metrics are Part 1 crimes. Part 1 crimes continue to be one of our key metrics, as this is what we are measured mostly by the community as well as the FBI as it relates to where we are for crime, and so we monitor that one more closely. Our community engagement. I think that it is always important that a department that is fully functional have significant efforts as it relates to community engagement. It's just as important as reducing crime that we are engaging at the community that we serve. License and permits. License and permit has played key into our strategy as well, as much as they have the responsibility of licensing our businesses and entities that may have alcohol. They have an enforcement component as well that has played significant in our enforcement efforts. As much as we have had significant challenges around nuisance properties and events, nuisance properties and events throughout our city. Code enforcement, again, and we've expanded what their abilities as well. Code enforcement goes beyond just code enforcement as it relates to the properties that may be in disrepair, ensuring that communities throughout the city maintain a level of standard and quality of life. It gives, we use them as well as an enforcement piece as it relates to what we're doing in the spaces of nuisance property. Response time. It is important that we are able to respond to the community that we serve in a reasonable time, and so this is, again, a key metric that we utilize to make sure that we are responding to the citizens in an adequate time. Hiring and retention. This has been a significant challenge for us over the past 2+ years. However, we monitor this with the mayor's office every week, where we sit down and have a conversation with our background and recruitment unit to make sure that we are hitting our points, hitting our goals, to make sure that we are able to meet the challenges and the charge set forth by the mayor. And then overtime tracking. The overtime tracking unit was put in place a few years ago as we were seeing that we were really exceeding our overtime limits. Once we've put this team in place to make sure that we doesn't exceed significantly in the spaces of what we're doing around overtime. Next slide, please. The next slide is of our E911 funding budget. Again, it has slightly increased as well. The breakdown shows that 55% of this budget goes to its personnel costs, with 43% being the next chunk going to purchases and contracts and services. Clearly, we've had to do a number of things as it relates to E911. As many of you, or all of you, are aware, we have some significant challenge as it relates to our 911 system. But with the leadership that we have in place, they have been able to stabilize even the most drastic situations, so that our citizens have never been in danger as it relates to what's going on with E911. We've never lost our system completely. And so, again, this goes to the leadership and the services and contracts that we have in place as it relates to where we are with that system. The highlights there is our hiring and retention. One of the things that we recognize is, as we were seeing challenges on the sworn side, we were also seeing them in the E911 side. They've been put on a very similar schedule as it relates to, and measuring metrics as it relates to how they are recruiting, what they're doing to retain their personnel in E911 as well. Infrastructure upgrades have been significant as well. Clearly, we had to put some emergency measures in place over the past few months to make sure that we maintain the 911 system that we have. Our CAD upgrade is significant. We had to invest in it. This is our computer-aided dispatch, which gives us our dispatchers the ability to respond and us to be able to track information more readily. And then a Vipre Upgrade. The Vipre Upgrade is very significant and it will actually give us the ability that as much as we've had issues with our 911 system, this Vipre Upgrade will save us from being in a much more catastrophic place because we'll be able to move the system much quicker and it's more computer aided as opposed to us being able to handle things manually. Next slide. The next slide shows our F22 highlights. The Connected Atlanta is probably one of the biggest things that I think that we are able to tie our entire city in. Quite often when I am out, the question is asked, what is it that we could do to help? Connected Atlanta is it. Connected Atlanta gives citizens, businesses, the ability to tie their camera systems or integrate their camera systems into the Atlanta Police Video Integration Center, which we utilize FUSIS, which is now evolving into a real-time crime center. Oddly enough, our real-time crime center in the city of Atlanta is now one of the locations that most people in the nation are now coming to look at to see how we are doing in the city of Atlanta. And so as we continue to grow this out, it will give us the ability to have a situational awareness and an ability to save time as our investigators are responding to locations and gathering information as it relates to collecting camera information.
Chief Bryan, if you don't mind pulling the microphone just a little bit closer, I'm getting messages that they're having a hard time hearing you. And then while I'm on this break, I want to recognize that we've been joined by council members Byron Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, and Marcy Collier Overstreet. So please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. The next block is the Commission of Accreditation for Law Enforcement. I think that is important that one understands the significance of a major city being an accredited. We are one of
800 of 18,000.
We are one of 800 of 18,000 police departments that are accredited, and that number again is even more defined as we are a major police department. This one allows us to have a standard that is recognized nationally to make sure that our policies and procedures are in line with what national standards should be. The next one is American Society of Laboratory Directors Accreditation. We have one of the few accredited labs in this state as well. GBI has the other one. This, again, gives us the ability to investigate crimes through our labs, through gun analysis and things of that nature to gives us a quicker response to help as it relates to prosecuting cases. APLI, Atlanta Police Leadership Institute, again, this is something that is significant and is a game changer as it relates to what we're seeing in the nation. Myself, Chief Shibbaum, and additional members of the team had to go speak just recently to IACP, the International Association of APLI is a platform that other agencies could benefit from, and we have since had a number of agencies come in to take a look at our APLI to see how we're doing that. So that shows that we're building up leaders from the time that they come through our police academy and so forth. Phoenix Air Unit. The Air Unit has helped us out tremendously with our upgrades that we've been able to put inside the helicopter, us being able to deploy them tactically and getting out to help us in crimes of street racing and day-to-day crimes that we're having throughout the city. It has been significant. Clearly, it's probably one of the biggest newsworthy stories that we continue to get as of late. And then Unity Place. Unity Place, again, is something that is unique to Atlanta in itself. This is clearly in partnership with the Atlanta Police Foundation, where we are able, have the ability to house recruits that may move to the city of Atlanta and would find housing difficulty. This gives us the ability to put them in a location at a reduced rate, and we think that this will clearly help in our recruitment throughout the nation. This is one. We have an additional one coming online shortly once we get through some processes there, but this is significant to what we're doing here at the Atlanta Police Department. The next slide is, again, of our key metrics, and I won't go through all of them as I spoke to them earlier, but our homicide, I think that it's our homicides that is important, that we, as much as we are challenged in the space of homicides, we continue and have maintained a clearance rate generally above the national average every year. This year is no different, as we are seeing some of the challenges as it relates to homicides, and so we monitor that very closely. Auto thefts and larcenies. This is something that we've been challenged in the space for a number of years. We're doing pretty good as it relates to this year. And again, this is due to some of the strategies that we have deployed and the partnership that we've leveraged. Aggravated assault unit, we stood the aggravated assault unit up as of last year. One of the things that we recognize is that we could pay more attention to what we were seeing around aggravated assault, that it will give us the ability to slow down some of the events that we were seeing as it relates to homicides. And again, now leveraging our partnerships, we are now in partnership with almost all of our federal partners, as well as our state and local partners. As all of us, all agencies have found challenges as it relates to human resources, leveraging these partnerships have played significant dividends in us being able to fight crime. And then our crime data tracking. Again, I think that you will find no other agency that track data as well as we do in the city of Atlanta. We are often asked by many of you, as well as the community and the media, about where we are with certain data points, and we are able to provide that information readily. Community impact. Our code enforcement and licensing permits, again, have helped us out both in the administrative side and the enforcement side. Again, as we saw what we were seeing last year as it relates to nuisance property, partnering those two units together along with the solicitor's office have allowed us to slow down what we were seeing just a year ago as it relates to our nightlife and people taking advantage of certain loopholes as it relates to it. Leveraging our Fourth at Promise Center. Again, this is in partnership with the Atlanta Police Foundation. These Promise Centers not only help the Atlanta Police Department, but it helps the community, as it's a hyper-local resource venue for the community, and many communities of challenge see great benefit in those. And then the Citizens Police Academy. As many of you are graduates of that academy, we're actually in one current class now. And this allows the citizens and business leaders of our communities to really come in and take a snapshot of what we do as an agency. It is quite eye-opening once they go through the process, and we're always evolving it to see how we can leverage that relationship even further. Technology. We've completed our CAD implementation, and the use of force tracking and digitizing. We thought that this was important. We had a very manual way of tracking our use of force in the past. We are now more efficient and able to garner more information as it relates to use of force. So it gives us the ability to intervene and address issues as we see, as we are able to collect that information. Our public-facing dashboard, this is probably, again, one of the things that we are proud of. Sometimes it could be a detriment to us, but we are proud of it because it allows the community to see that we are very transparent about where we are when it relates to crime. So when one wants to know there's no open record, they can go right online and see exactly where we are as it relates to the data and how we are managing our crime. And then the Real-Time Crime Center. Again, I think that it's important to recognize that we are moving our police department forward faster. This Real-Time Crime Center will really give us a level of situational awareness that just we've not had in the past. We are so proud of the Video Integration Center because it gave us a very robust ability to take a look at how we stood inside the city, giving us a level of situational awareness. What the Real-Time Crime Center will do is actually speed that up. We are able to put that information in the hands of our officers as it relates to them being able to pull up those cameras as well, as opposed to just it being centralized downtown. The next slide talks about our other key metrics as it relates to personnel and deployment strategies. We're clearly centralizing. We will begin to centralize some of our positions inside the police department where we have sworn personnel. Those positions will begin to go to seniors, civilian personnel, up all the way from line management up to upper management. And we think that this is important. One of the reasons that we recognize that utilizing professionals in these positions is as our department grows and evolves, we tend to move our command staff quite frequently, and that's just the nature of our department, the size of it, and the positions that we find ourselves in. When you civilianize these positions, one, it allows for more stabilization of certain units, a more professional person who generally have a key study in discipline in many of those areas. Our license and permits, again, we have aligned them together because they work so closely together. They are now units that are aligned under the same division. Standing up our repeat offender program. Again, this is big, that we felt that it was important that we begin to track repeat offenders in a way that we could help the DA's office as well as our courts. This has evolved even further as now that we have the Fulton County Sheriff Office, DA's office, and community services all on board where they work together. We are able to pass that information on to each other much quicker than we have in the past. E911, as I stated, is now a division within the Atlanta Police Department. The director or the deputy director is sitting in the executive level meetings, and so when we are having issues, things need to be addressed, we are able to respond to it much quicker and rapidly. Both the director and the deputy director are civilians, and again, career E911 managers, and therefore I think that this is what has given us the ability to save off some of the issues that we saw ourselves in over the summer. Over the beginning of the year. And then partnering with our federal task force partners. That relationship has paid significant dividends over the past weeks. We're able to call on them and rely on resources that we just do not have at the local level. When you have that level of partnership, they're quick to respond, and it's easier for us to resolve major crimes and major incidents with that level of partnership. our current contracts and agreements. Technology is, again, one. The leases that we're under right now, clearly this is managed much more closely with our professional staff of Ms. Jackson and Yolanda Pascal, and it has helped us out as well. Our real-time crime center maintenance storages, we're continuing to review it as we are developing the real-time crime center. Our helicopter, we're looking to upgrade our current fleet as it relates to where we are with our current helicopter system, looking to move into a new space with that one. And then our facilities and repairs. We are now coming up into our summer. This is where we really are challenged, especially during the warmer months with our heating and air and our HVACs as it relates to those contracts. And the last one will be in the key contracts around our body-worn camera and our uniform. Our body-worn cameras continue to evolve as it relates to us as new technology and the ability to be able to maintain storage as it relates to our body-worn camera. Our uniforms, as that price continue to fluctuate as well, our professional team continue to monitor that to make sure that we are not deficient in going over budget as it relates to that one either. And the last slide. Our key programs and community impacts is clearly the centralization of our crime investigation division. Again, this was done more for efficiency and effectiveness of our teams, but we also recognize that this will give us the ability to have more conversation in investigating units. So it was pulled out. They were pulled out of the individual zones and more centralized, and we have not missed a step as it relates to that. Street racing continue to be a challenge, but again, we are proud of the partnerships that we've leveraged, the intelligence that we continue to gather, giving us the ability to respond quicker, faster to the areas that we have seen, and so we're able to disperse those much quicker. Operation Phoenix. Operation Phoenix is something that we leveraged a couple of years ago with the FBI. That has now grown to almost all of our federal partners and almost everyone in the region. It originated with the Atlanta Police Department and the FBI. This is a little different than almost any other task force or group that we may have. This gives us the ability to take more most aggressive offenders off of the street and put them in the federal system so that we don't have to deal with them coming back into our community. Town halls and community advisory boards. I thought that it was important that we continue to have town halls with the community, having direct communication with the community that we serve, listening to them on a regular basis to hear their concerns and issues, even though, and this gives us the ability to hear directly from them as opposed to what is really driven sometimes by media. And then the faith-based quarterly meeting, again, giving me an insight to meet with certain leaders throughout our community that have a strong tie as well and allow us to hear a different voice and for us to express our voice differently as well. I talked about APLI and our executive leadership training. The APLI tiers, briefly, as I stated before, is a leadership that we begin with our recruits, and then it goes Between Tier 1 is where our recruits are being trained to be an individual leader, and then up to Tier 4, where we get into the upper management. But the executive leadership training is something that is unique, once again, to the Atlanta Police Department, where we are training executives from the region. What this does is, one, it gives us the ability to build stronger relationship to our partners that we have to rely on, making sure that we are all operating off of a very similar sheet of music and building stronger collaborative and coalitions with those different partnerships. And then our peer support. Peer support is called upon not just internally but externally, as Rockdale just recently had one of their officers killed. Our peer support unit was deployed to assist them in that trying time as well. And then we had to continue to train as it relates to our duty to intervene, our pursuit intervention pilots. This is the STAR program where we're able to try to reduce car chases in the city of Atlanta, but yet still being able to track violators who may choose to come in our city and run from the police. And then us moving into a very temporary police academy. We're so thankful and grateful to all that had a hand in us getting out of that very dilapidated building that we were in temporarily for 30-plus years. We are now in a very temporary space, and I think the collaboration that we have there, the recruits are pleased to go there. The officers find it a much more comfortable space to be in as well. And we're looking forward to building our new academy. And then lastly, our PERF Executive Research Forum partnership, where we were able, PERF have come in to review our policies. They've gone through, we have gone through, I want to say they were looked at 49 of our policies. We've already incorporated more than half of their recommendation, and we're reviewing the additional part as it relates to that. ICAT training, again, this is giving us the ability to use less force as it relates to the training will provide. And then lastly is our recruitment and retention, our employees and wellness. These are the spaces that I think that are so significant and important to our police department today, as well as where we will be tomorrow. And then our interdepartmental communication. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge that one of the things that we thought we recognized is that we needed to put out more information internally as it relates to how things were operating. Quite often, our people were finding information out on the media like many people, and we had to change that. We wanted to improve what we were seeing, that we not be the last people to get information as it relates to some of our most serious events, to include police shootings and things that may be coming down the pike. And so improving our internal and departmental communication has been significant for the morale of our department as well. And that is my presentation. And
all right, thank you, Chief. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Jason Dozier. I suspect we're going to have a slew of questions from my colleagues, but I'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Winston, followed by Hollis. I see Bakhtiari's hand, and Lewis, and then
Thank you, Chief Bryant. First, just want to start off by thanking you for your over 34 years of service to our city of Atlanta. Also want to thank all the women and men of the Atlanta Police Department for all the hard work that they've given and service that they give to this city. Question for you, I just want to really understand kind of the difference between the capital outlays versus the supplies needed in your budget. Can you talk a little bit more about some of the capital expenditures that you're expecting or would like to see over the next year in this budget? Are we talking about, vehicles? What type of supplies are you all looking for?
Yeah, I'll start off and then I'll hand it off to Ms. Jackson and Ms. Pascal. But absolutely, as you're aware, we're looking for capital projects to move our special operations. We're looking to move them, I want to say this year. They are the remaining entity that's in the old training academy. And so we have to deal with that one as well. Cars, additionally, is we're working with the mayor's office on that space as well. As our police department, but almost every major police department, as it is difficult to get vehicles, it's a race for agencies to be able to do that. So those are some of our major capital projects that we're looking forward. We'll be working with Deem as well as around our Zone 4 precinct that we're looking to build. But Darlene, if you would.
Additionally, under the capital area, it also includes the funding for our body camera program. The contract for it rests in that area. The vehicles are a part of interfund portion, so that's handled separately there. In reference to supplies, that category includes a number of things. It's not just the uniforms, but it also includes the utilities and also our leases and a number of other things. So it's an area that has quite a bit of contract-related items associated with it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hill is followed by Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Chair Warren, thank you. Chief Bryant, looking through some of the charts here, but it is a little confusing whether we're talking about fiscal years or calendar years, so I'm just going to ask my questions. Our sworn FDE count appears it's currently 2048, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm looking at this page here. The sworn FTE count is 2048, is that correct, the authorized count?
Yes.
How many of those sworn FTEs are fully funded in the FY23 budget?
That should be all of those positions are funded, correct? That's what I'm saying. The field ones are funded.
And I'm not talking about the field ones because we all up here know we don't have 22,048 sworn officers. How many are you fully funding in the FY23 proposed budget? And if that's not something you have in front of you, you can get back to me on that.
I don't. Do you know? Because I don't have it in front.
The fully funded positions include the 1616, 250, and also the recapture positions.
So you're funding 250 vacant positions above what your current count is?
Right.
And so today, or below it says as of 3/31, the 1660 number, that's how many sworn officers APD has, and does or does not that include people currently going through the academy, including Class 0?
That's all correct.
Okay. So how many do we currently have either in an academy class or in Class 0 right now?
I don't have that breakdown. Do you know? You have it, Chief?
Good morning. So as of right now, we have a total of 71 hired for Class 0.
I don't believe your mic is on.
Can you hear me now?
No, you got to push the button on the. Got a budget for some more audio video equipment, maybe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, great.
All right, so right now in Class 0, we have a total of 71 that were hired. Right now, between classes number 272 and 278, we have 3 classes scheduled to graduate in 2022. In addition to that, within the next 5 months, June, this same time next year, we'll have an additional 5 classes.
So the Class 0 number is 71.
Yes.
But then how many are currently in the academy?
So right now, we have a total of 20 that will graduate on June 7th. We have an additional 30 that's already in the academy class right now.
Okay. What is in this budget that is new or that is intended to boost retention and recruitment?
There's no, the only thing that we were working with as it relates to retention and recruitment will be internal at no cost. This is, right now we restructured our background and recruitment, again, working with the mayor's office as it relates to that. And so the metrics that we're using there shows that we are in a space that we will hit those points. Now, we did in the previous budget bring on a business manager in background and recruitment, and we think that is assisting us as well. And then we'll be making another internal adjustment as it relates to retaining I think we're going to probably call it retaining officer, where that person is actually educating and training people, having a conversation with people prior to them leaving. Quite often, one of the things that we find when people are leaving the Atlanta Police Department is they are misinformed, and then it's much more difficult to return to the police department after you've left than just staying. But it's at no cost.
So the last paying class study, the Mercer study, was done in 2017. It was implemented, you might as well say 2019, the very end of 2018. When do you feel is the time to do another one of those in-depth studies? Because everyone is following us, and we're still having officers leaving for outside departments because they've adjusted their pay much greater than ours, whether we're talking about other metro departments or other departments across the southeast of larger cities.
Absolutely. It's probably time to do a more in-depth study, utilizing companies such as that. However, we did have Emory did take a review of us, was that last year, and came up with very similar responses.
Okay. How, and I know it's not in your budget to my knowledge, but in your opinion, how would a take-home car program help the department when it comes to retention and recruitment? Because that's, it's not all about looking at the 5 numbers and your starting salary. It's also other incentives. So has APD looked into that, and how would that help with the retention and recruitment?
The answer is we have looked into it to see what it, roughly what it would look like. There's still some more work for us to do as it relates to how beneficial it will be. Clearly we recognize that there will be some immediate benefits. It is clearly an attractive recruitment tool that we hear from other agencies that utilize it. But we recognize that there's a cost to it, and there are other things that need to be evaluated. So it is something that we have looked at and will continue to forge looking into to address some of our issues.
Wait, Councilmember Hillis, what was the first part of your question? Have they looked into what? I'm sorry.
A take-home car program?
Got it. Thank you.
And just a statement on that. I know there certainly is a cost. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm sure that is and needs to be looked into, but I do also believe there's a savings in giving, one, it helps with retention and recruitment, but it also, you're not running, as you know, our FOD cars run 24/7, and our falling apart at 100,000 miles, where I've seen take-home cars with 150, 200,000 miles on them. They run much more long, and they're more well taken care of because it's that officer's own car, and he takes pride in that. So he or she. We do have in the budget our performance metrics. The only actuals we have are for 20 and 21. These next few questions are going to be in regards to 911. So our actual performance metric for 911 is answering within 10 seconds. That was 73% in 2021. And we're only given the target for 2022. Do you know where we are right now? An updated number to that performance metric? Are we 70, 80%? Where are we at?
Well, Ryan will be able to talk more specifically. I do know that when we looked at it last, I asked them to, because we had the issues as it relates to us having issues in our 911 system, that there were outliers, and so we needed to evaluate both the outliers and a standardized way of doing it and measuring those numbers.
Yeah, I will say that in October, I believe it was, of last year, NENA changed the standard to 90% in 15 seconds or less. So that was a change mid-year in the way that we were calculating our numbers. Director Arnold today indicated to me that we were at 82% as the most recent numbers answered within 15 seconds. So certainly that's still 8% off of the national standard that's been
What was that
set.
again? The current one?
82% at 15 seconds or less. But we certainly do believe that some of the things that we're indicating within this future budget will assist with getting to the 911 calls quicker by being able to triage calls before they even hit our call takers' ears.
So back up and missed part of your statement. Did you say, is this something internally that we changed to 15 seconds, or is the national standard still 10?
The national standard is now 90% answered within 15 seconds. So the national standard changed, which reflected a change in our metrics halfway through our year.
And of course, I did legislation successfully passed last year for 911 operator raises, but as you stated, same question I asked Chief Bryant, what is in this budget to assist with our 911 issues, whether it's retention and recruitment within 911 or the many infrastructure challenges that we faced in that building that we still have a lease on for, I believe, 16 more years?
Sure. So any infrastructure, I would say that Deem needs to answer directly, but obviously one of the things that makes an employee successful and want to remain in employment is when they're given the tools to be successful at their positions. And so we are looking at, as we already indicated, we did a CAD upgrade in the last fiscal year. We'll be doing our Vipre Upgrade, which for you that are not aware, that's our call handling system. It's literally the telephone number that receives 911 calls. And so ours is 6 years old. It's past its life in terms of the advancements of technology. We will be able to better triage either our 911 calls or our 7-digit lines that are being dialed in. Right now, regardless of if somebody dials 911, the 3-digit number, or the 7-digit number, they come into our queue, and so we potentially get an administrative line and have to answer that before we answer a 911 heart attack or any other various emergency. And so this new system is more intuitive and able to understand the ways in which a citizen is trying to engage with us, whether it's emergency or non-emergency, and then have them queue differently. And so I think that will allow us to get to our 911 calls quicker. So that's one of the things. We're just constantly trying to keep up with the PSAP technology in our industry. And then, as the chief indicated, a lot of non-cost organizational changes and implementations. We're implementing open houses just to engage with new populations that we may not have tapped into, making sure that the ways in which we're gauging new candidates is accurate and standard with our metro area and things like that.
What is the goal, back to general police sworn officers question, I'll wrap up. Not counting who we have, the officers we have in Class 0 and the academy classes, because they're already hired, of course. What is the goal in fiscal year 23 as far as hiring new sworn officers?
The goal will be 250. We're currently, I think at the last count, we're at net 65.
Net 65 in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Net 65. So clearly we will, I'm confident that we will hit that 250 mark by the end of the year.
By
end of this year.
Okay. End of this fiscal or calendar?
Fiscal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, calendar year. I'm sorry.
Calendar year. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Bakhtiari, followed by Lewis. And we've been joined by Councilmember Boone.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Thank you all for being here. I want to preface this with both. I may go over some of the same questions that Councilmember Hillis asked because he understands the terminology much better than I do, so I apologize if anything this gets redundant. And I also want to preface that I'm still new at this, and also have quite a bit of questions just because I'm a little confused with the breakdown of funds. So I know you may have already answered this, but just some basic questions to start for my line of questioning. How many sworn officers do we currently have?
We're showing 1661, but that's as of March. That number's probably grown since then, and it changes almost daily. But we're right now average 1661.
Yeah. And so you're saying that number may have slightly fluctuated since March?
It does.
And how many officers is APD currently striving to have?
We're striving to hire 250 this year. So what that actually looks like is we go through an attrition of maybe 150 officers on average a year. So that would give us a net of 100 officers.
And
we currently have a net of 65.
Understood. So trying to understand the calculation of what is the calculations or the reasoning that goes behind how many officers are determined for the city?
So the overall number, I think the question that you're asking is how do you know how many officers a city needs to have?
Right.
There's no real measurement. You can go through different, ICP has their way of measuring it, Major City Chiefs has their way of measuring it, and then the demand of the community has this way. So it's no real hard number to say this is what one would need to do it. How we got at the 250 is that based on historical ways of us being in the ability to put recruits through training, 250 is where we felt that we can get through our background and recruitment team as well as through the academy efficiently.
Okay, so that being said, so let's say that you're about 1,600 right now, plus a 250 would put us at about 1,850, and we believe at the current time that would suffice for the needs of the city.
I think
Give or take.
I think that you have to take a look at a number of things, Council Member. One of the things we have to make sure that we have the ability to always do is answer 911 calls adequately and then investigate those calls. Those are two primary functions. However, a city of our size and the demands that we have on our city and our enforcement as it relates to events throughout our city, our nightlife activity, those are things that are extra and require a different level of resources.
Understood. And what was the budget that you all were approved for last year?
That was which one is it? I can't see. I can't see my glasses. 230.
231,334,324.
Okay. So brings me to my next question. What percentage of the budget is labor? What percentage of the budget currently goes towards labor?
86%.
Okay. And what percentage of that labor is ranked major or higher?
Which to major or higher? I have to do that breakout. Yeah, we can get that to you.
Well, I would appreciate that. And I was wondering, what percentage of the budget is spent on training and then specifically de-escalation? What percent of the budget is spent on training And then specifically from that amount, what percentage is spent on de-escalation training?
So now, do we have the breakdown of just training? Yeah, we can get that because it's not broken down specifically just to a training budget, and it's not, clearly it's not just broken down to de-escalation, but we can get that to you as well. Go ahead.
If I can, Councilor Buckter, speak to that. De-escalation, when properly adopted by the department, isn't in one line item. It is in service. It is at your reoccurring training as a TFO, as a field training operator. It is throughout the 23 weeks of the classroom academy and the 12 weeks. So it's immersed throughout there. That's being reinforced in our CIT training. That has a component of de-escalation. When we train on domestic violence response, when we train on being at the window of a vehicle during a traffic stop, it is a component that is monitored throughout. So to say this is a de-escalation number, it is the philosophy that if it's done right, and we're doing it right, it is at every level of our training. So when you go through lesson plans and you watch our reality-based training, you will see a component of de-escalation that will be moving through those to ensure that the tone and the engagement. So anytime there's a citizen engagement with a member of our police department, there is an expectation and a training of de-escalation. So it is in the fact that we train for 35 weeks when the state only requires 10. It is the fact that when our TFOs and our SWAT team members are trained, at that most highest level of our capability, they have a de-escalation component. So I would say we look to the entire training philosophy of the police department, which is 35 weeks. Remember, we're in a state that ranks 49th in police training hours. Mississippi is the only one that is lower than us, but we, over time, have adopted one that puts us at the top of police training. So that is the best way to judge where does de-escalation lie. And if we regulate it to one class, we have failed as an agency for the neighborhoods of your district.
Thank you. And I believe that Councilmember Hills asked this question, but I may have missed it. How many funded vacancies does APD currently have now in this budget?
None. Go ahead, speak to it.
Portion of 250.
A portion of the
Yes.
250?
Yes, we have a net experience about a net of 100. And
Just speak to it.
portions of the 250 vacancies are included in here. We have a budget that's already addressed attrition, and so that's why you see a negative number on the sworn line item.
Okay.
And we're fully funded of all of the field positions.
Because what I'm trying to understand is I'm looking at the numbers, and I understand that you said that 86% goes to labor, and we're talking about additionally funded, a portion of these funded vacancies. But what I'm trying to understand is I'm trying to gain a grasp on the breakdown of the budget, because 33% of our budget going to APD, understood that is absolutely necessary, that public safety and things of that nature are necessary, but as we talk about a growing city with a diversity of tactic, what I'm confused about is with the current funding, how we have departments that aerial bomb units, things of that nature that are currently outdated, that we have an issue with cars that aren't properly running or walkies that aren't properly working, or officers in training that aren't getting step increases or things of that nature. I'm trying to understand the breakdown of this when we just had the pay study, and I'm trying to understand how the Department of Finances has also indicated that you will overrun for this fiscal year. I'm just not understanding how the money is broken down. It feels rather top-heavy, and I'm curious as to how it's distributed within the department, because it feels as though there are details that are being left out, and to continue to allocate additional funding when I don't understand the disbursement of the current funds, that's what I'm trying to gain understanding of. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I guess, and so now it is now more in the line to what your previous question as it relates to how many majors we have in the organization. I can tell you there are probably 20-something majors in our organization, and 6 deputy chiefs and 1 assistant chief. So as it relates to us being significantly top-heavy, I don't think that's where it is.
Okay.
As it relates to our organizational structure, And then even as we align ourselves even more, we'll have civilian personnel that will have, because the level of oversight that we need and that is recommended, we do have in place.
Okay. And some of the other additional questions I have currently, you all mentioned PAD, and I'm happy to hear that investment, but how many diversions from PAD, because we're hearing conflicting numbers, and that there are that there are not a great amount of diversions that are currently happening. When PAD gave their report, I think I brought this up on one of the, I always use the September 2021 numbers that they use, where it was only 30 diverted out of 800 or 738. So I'm curious as to how many diversions are actually taking place into the pre-arrest diversion program.
If I'm not mistaken, the last report I had was 250. They did an analysis saying that they believe that 2,500 could have been diverted. However, out of that, what is in that 2,500 is the inability for them to be able to take on that level of resource because they only have 2 teams. And again, we need to do a deeper dive as it relates to what's in that 2,500. Are these accompanying charges that that we just could not divert that person anyway? And what time of day these events were occurring.
Okay. So that being said, it sounds like there's some additional structuring we need to do there to assist with the distribution of responsibility, because as of right now, and I said this with IBPO, it's unfair to put the amount of responsibility that we on APD that we currently do, expecting you all to be counselors, caseworkers, therapists, a number of other things. And so I'm also curious as if APD has looked at anything like a co-responder program to assist with that. We've seen it be pretty successful in areas like Savannah, Portland, and other cities, and I'm wondering if we've also done the same.
And yes, you want to speak to it, but we have done some, and we continue to look at other ways of being able to reduce the responses that we have to have. I agree with you. The demand on the department is great, and wherever we can cut those responses, we will do so. But Chief, you want to?
No, absolutely. We're always exploring. The word exists predominantly in the police department presently is our HOPE team, which is our specially trained mental health officers connected to government and private-based resources for individuals that may be struggling with homelessness. They work in a co-responder environment. They go out with those partners daily as they work to address those issues. What we run into is the capacity issues of the co-responders to be able to partner with us in the depth of time and geography that we are in the city, because the police department is present in every community around the clock 24 hours a day. And I would refer back to the Fulton, DeKalb County Mobile Crisis Team, which should be our first line of co-response, and the limitations of that body to be there each and every time that we are called upon. Last year, this agency responded to over 8,000 calls of an individual in a mental health crisis. The vast majority of those we resolved by deferring to Grady, by referring to a mental health facility, being able to facilitate family reunification. Statistically, there was such a small number of those that ended in an arrest, that ended in any force even necessary to be able to have the individual, if we were doing a involuntary commit, a 1013 order. But the fact that the police department was dispatched to 8,000 calls of an individual in a mental health crisis does speak to the fact of a co-responder model being of value. And so having individuals to be able to meet us in the space and the geography area that the police department is in is something that we would always encourage and value, and not just at our HOPE team level, but to be available for all of our beat officers that are consistently responding to those calls. And that, again, speaks to why we have a 35-week training program, because if we recognize the fact that we are going to be called to these very personal emergencies of families of our cities, we want our officers to be equipped to do so. And so the ability to have co-responders with us at the academy and training is an opportunity we want to continue to explore, so they inform our officers and are able to craft their response. And then joining us in our communities and our neighborhoods on the 911 calls is something that we encourage. And we recognize that because of our commitment to the neighborhood and how we're structured, we're likely to be the first on many of these calls. And some calls may evolve into something a little bit more than what was initially believed to be through our 911 system. So co-responding models is something we continue to explore and would like to see it grow beyond our HOPE team.
How many officers do we currently have on our HOPE team? I know we have Officer Walker. Who else do we have?
Right now, it's right around 5. It was our number. That is why you see us investing in CIT training. Crisis Intervention Team Training is a 40-hour block of instruction that was crafted specifically for law enforcement to train our officers to recognize what a mental health crisis will look like when they arrive. Is it PTSD? Is it bipolar disorder? Is it schizophrenia? Is it not an individual just not wanting to abide by the law? So we train our officers to recognize those signs and symptoms of mental illness. Then we also develop a resource base of what else can we do besides jail. The mantra of CIT training is treatment, not jail. And so we look what is available. Is it St. Joseph's Christ team? Is it crisis team? Is it the crisis team from Fulton, DeKalb County? Is it Grady Hospital? And to be able to grow those resources for us to refer to is key. And then, to your question earlier, the last part of CIT training is de-escalation. How do you use your time in that moment and your knowledge of a person in crisis to be able to de-escalate, to have a voluntary movement to the alternative besides arrest to resolve that crisis?
Okay. And then, congratulations on answering almost every question in that 30-second piece. But shifting also to 911, I was curious as to how many people are currently, how many 911 operators do we currently have on staff? And then of that, do we have a breakdown of how they are scheduled? Because when I visited the E911 center, there is a severe understaffing for some of our busiest hours, which is typically 5 to 9, if I'm correct. And I'm curious as to how that, if that has shifted at all in the last 6 months.
In my numbers, I have 122 of our employees are directly related to operations, shift supervisor and down. That excludes any of our management team and administrative, QA, and training. We do have a workforce management tool that we use to schedule, and we do that based on what our needs are based on volume. I can't speak to specifically your visit, but any number of issues can arise on a day-to-day basis, whether it's people calling out sick, increased call even above the speculation that we would have high volume during those times because of a critical incident, a professional sporting event, a festival, things like that. So we are constantly looking at that, and I personally on Wednesdays meet with my management team and we go over staffing. So we try to capture those dips in staffing and those unmet needs. So, I think on a regular basis we have improved anything that you observed previously.
Thank you. And I promise this is my last question for now. But around the larger events, like for example, if we look at the World Series parade, do we know how many OT that required for officers, and do we know if that was properly distributed? Because some of the feedback I've heard, I shouldn't say we've heard, is sometimes issue with payroll and things of that nature when it comes to officers who are working these events. And I'm curious, and I understand if you may not have those numbers now, but I would just be curious to look at how that was, at how those events are funded, and what are the pressures that are put on APD for those events, and what is required of you all. And OT and typical OT that is usually estimated for events such as that.
Okay, and I think we'll clearly have to follow back up with you as it relates to it, but on average, there's not an elevated issue as it relates to, with overtime as it relates to any major events. If we have them, they're not that many, and they're addressed immediately once it's elevated to our attention. But generally, we do not have a overwhelming issue with major events and overtime.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bakhtiari. So we've got, here's the list here: Lewis, Overstreet, Shipman, Shook, Waits, Norwood, and Amos. Just as a quick time check, we're going to keep going, but what this means is we're going to eat into our lunchtime, pun intended. So we're going to end up having our lunch in here as we continue on in the interest of time. But we are going to let everyone have their opportunity to ask their questions. So Councilmember Lewis, followed by Overstreet.
Chief Bryant, thank you for 34 years of service to Atlanta, where you grew up at. I'm always happy when we have people who are from Atlanta talking to us. And Sylvan Roadman, you from District 12.
That's correct.
And so you've seen it all. Indeed. I know you started on the paddy wagon. I done did a little research, so you started, you worked all the way through, and I appreciate you for everything you've done for our city.
Thank you.
We are... I heard you today, we have 1,661 officers, but the date that we got that was on March 31st. I know this has been a long meeting. That's something we can find out real easy. My request is if you can get somebody to get that number to us.
We'll definitely. We'll have it. We can get that to you by the time we end it.
Yeah, because I was thinking it's 47 days. A lot can change in that time period. Thank you for that. When we say officers are budgeted for around 250 more that we're budgeted for, what are we doing, since we're not staffing those folks, what are we doing with that money?
Some of it goes to, again, we have to utilize that money with some overtimes, but Darlene, if you want to speak to it specifically.
Yes. Additionally, we have extra help positions that are funded, and then we have quite a bit of attrition. And so throughout the process, we'll have a net impact that will account for it. And if you notice on our budget projections, you see that they've already accounted for attrition, and so there's not extra funds available there.
Okay. Extra help, could we include those in those numbers? When I hear extra help, I hear extra help for real.
We have a multiple of breakout for extra help. It includes recapture 520, and we can provide that detail to you as well.
Okay.
As a part of the information we'll be providing.
It's extra help, does that mean, maybe I'm confused by it, does that mean that 1661 number, it sometimes is 1,700? It's extra help, is that?
If we counted in that number. Okay. But it's not in this one, it's broken out.
Okay. All right. Do you feel that you have, with the requested budget that you're asking for us, do you feel that it would give you enough to make crime decrease in Atlanta?
I think the budget that we have, President, will clearly have an impact on us in our crime fighting strategy.
Okay. The APLI, super amazing program, I'm thinking about numbers. What's the turnover rate for that program? What I mean by that is if we're, because it seems like we're really investing in our officers, and thinking about ways to help you as we argue in this. Are these people that we just invest, these amazing officers that we just invested in, are they leaving us after they get that training and that extra investment? That's what I'm asking, the turnover rate for those officers in that program.
No, I wouldn't say that we're having a significant loss as it relates to APLI. Again, I think that APLI is part, if I had to state anything, it was part of our ability to retain officers. Once they go through this program, we generally get nothing but high regards and recognition for it, even from the people that have attended.
I know, but are they leaving us? Are other departments able to recruit them? Are they vulturing them up now?
To be honest with you, we do not lose a lot of police officers to other agencies. That is not, inaccurate that we would lose to a lot of other agencies. When we do lose to other agencies, a good portion of those individuals, again, try to come back to Atlanta Police Department. But right now, we're not losing. When we see people leaving our agency currently, they're probably leaving the profession altogether. Or retiring out of it. As you see, we lose a number to retirement and leaving the profession more than just to another agency.
That's quite the contrary of everything we've heard. We've heard that other agencies are recruiting us because of pay. So
I think that it's you can recruit and to be successful at recruiting are two different things.
Okay.
I think that. Because if you put up a table or a sign, yes, you are recruiting, but people leaving to go to another agency, I don't see it to that same extent.
And I know you've been able to motivate our officers, and you've been working hard, and I appreciate you for tightening your belt as you have throughout your career. But I heard you say also that crime is down. When you were talking about Part 1, in homicides, you say on the national average we're below. And so my question is crime up or down? I wanted to make sure I heard you correct. When on page 8, when you talked about Part 1 crimes and homicide in particular, I'm thinking about my district and things that are going on over there. You said crime was down, but I'm asking you to be more specific. Is crime up or down in Atlanta?
Okay, so I never stated. I said that our homicide rate was the best, one of the best in the country. Right now, we're tracking about 1% up over where we are. That is not unusual as we roll into the summer months. We will implement a summer plan that will come into play in Memorial Day. What that allows us to do is to re-strategize, restructure our organization, hit target locations, bring in a different level of partnership, and so you'll see that 1% come back down. Last year, this time, we were well above 10% up, and we still ended the year with 1% down in crime. So I'm confident that the strategies we have in place, we're in a much better place than where we were last year, and so I think we will end this year in a much better place.
And Chief, I appreciate you fully. I appreciate you expounding on that, and you were right when you said homicide, so I appreciate you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
And just like everyone else, thank you very much for your service, all 34 years, and everyone on the stage and your whole team, actually. Thank you so much for all that you do for the city. I don't want to belabor these points because actually most of the questions that I had on my list were asked, in the form of the FTEs and speaking about, the proportion of the budget that we use for public safety. I think I've been really clear over the years that I think that this is necessary money, and I'm fine with using our budget in this way. I'm also very proud of the fact that we have an award-winning regional look that will take place at our new public safety training facility. It's something that I do feel will help us in attrition and recruitment and anything in between, because it's going to show everyone the right way to do public safety, and I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be well-rounded in the fact that it's going to have a public face to it, and the community will be able to interact with our public safety, and I just think that that's the wave of the future, and we're going to lead the way with that, and I'm looking forward to that and happy that we will be using our budget to help with that. So I wanted to, make sure that that's on the record, as I've always been about public safety. And I'd also, I do like the question that Councilmember Hill has asked, and, how does our budget reflect what we'll be doing this year in order to make sure that we're recruiting and retaining. And I think that that's a narrative that we need to expound on. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I do know that I want to be able to look at our budget and say, this is the type of budget that's going to make sure we're holding on to our recruits and the men and women that have served us for many, many years. And not only that, but we're being forward thinkers, and we're making sure that as we grow as a city, that we are looking at public safety in a well-rounded way. And I want our budget to reflect that. So I think that there's an opportunity right here for us to actually capture that and to make that known and lead with that, because I do think our budget should show how we are recruiting, making sure that we're filling all of our spots, and showing the rest of the world how to do it best. So I really appreciate that question. But that's it. I really wanted to just let everyone know that I appreciate the work that you do, and that I'm here to help.
Well, thank you so much, Councilmember. And so to expound on that, again, I think what this budget does is it goes back to what Assistant Chief Shearbaum stated, as it is this budget shows there's no one particular line item as it relates to what our investment is as it relate to background and recruitment, but it's throughout. And so when you look at what we're doing in the spaces of capital projects, we recognize that when people when officers have a good place to come and work, that's morale building. That's a recruitment tool for us. When they have the technologies in place, as we're before this year's out, we're beginning to put cell phones in all of our police officers' hands and make their job a lot more efficient and effective. Those are recruitment tools that we will have for our officers. That Unity place, those are recruitment tools. So there are a number of things that we are doing. And once we are able to get that Zone 4 precinct off of the ground, that will be a recruitment tool for our police officers, because we know the three major things that retain our officers are capital project, technology, and how they're treated. And we're investing in all of those through this budget.
Agreed. I love all of that, everything that you just said. And what I will say that I do think that your budget for those things, to make sure that we're holding on to our officers and recruiting new officers, is more than just your line items. It's the way we do our entire budget. Like, the facilities, like you said, speak with DEAM for those types of details. I think that we are putting investment in a lot of ways towards making sure our public safety is not just about capturing the criminals, but it's also about helping the communities and working in the communities and making sure that our police officers are well taken care of and well trained. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, President Shipman, followed by Councilmember Shook.
Thanks. Thanks for being here. I just wanted to focus on E911 for a moment, to go back to that. In the performance metrics, there is an expectation of a 4.99% increase in volume in the budget book for 2023. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about performance metrics increasing, and yet the budget's down slightly. Could you just explain a little bit about that dichotomy of volume going up, efficiency going up, and budget going down?
So, well, I'll let Ron go into it again. I think the space that will help us is the investment that we are making in our technology. That will help us, as well as the internal adjustments, as Ms. Ellis spoke about, giving us the ability to divert certain calls that we should no longer be taking on. And additionally, what we're seeing as we continue to market 311, hopefully that too will be able to divert some of the calls that are being levied against our 911 system.
So as you know, we answer over 1 million calls a year. 10 to 15% of those are calls that are being made, placed into our center through the 7-digit line. So when I speak again, I continue to talk about this new call handling technology we're very excited about. That will allow us to take that 10 to 15% and say, based on the way in which these citizens are engaging with us, they have presumably less of an emergency than someone who would dial 911. We're able to handle that 85%, 90% quicker. So I think also that absorbs that 4.99 volume increase that we're seeing, is just being able to better balance getting to the 911 callers before we get to the administrative lines.
And so basically, the amount of time that somebody's going to be, that you're going to have to spend on calls will go down because of the technology that will divert them to the proper place. Is that sort of a layman's term of what will happen?
That is correct, but also if they do need to speak with us, but it is, again, through initiating a 7-digit dial for a fender bender, not in the roadway, no injuries, things like that, we will take precedence, the 911 calls that are then, cardiac arrests, injuries of juvenile, anything that we would place over a non-emergency, non-life-threatening call.
And then subsequently, then, is there a headcount reduction baked into the budget?
No.
So it's the same headcount, but so do you anticipate that the savings comes from overtime reduction?
Ms. Pascal, if I'm not incorrect, we did consolidate a couple of our softwares that were doing the same service to us. So, for instance, our notification system and our paging system, we were able to consolidate some of that. So I think that's where you're seeing some of that small reduction, is us just being able to utilize certain softwares for their full potential as opposed to purchasing two separate softwares for two purposes.
But if I'm reading it correctly, the personnel, the regular salaries line is going down, and the personnel costs are going down, and the employment pension fund's going down, correct? In the proposed FY23 budget?
Councilmember, hi, this is Yolanda Carr, Department of Finance. I can help answer some of the E911 questions. So right now, the budget is anticipated to have a surplus for E911. Years ago, we had legislation to increase the fee for E911. So they have, the amount that they have right now is based on the current staffing. At the end of the year, we do something called a transfer to the R&E fund. They have something called renewal and extension. So anytime there's a surplus in that account, it moves over to the R&E fund. So I just wanted to kind of add information regarding that.
Got it. So just to clarify, there's not a personnel reduction anticipated, but the technology upgrade you anticipate will allow you greater efficiency and to handle the increased volume.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Shook, then Councilmember Waits.
Okay, thank you. I'm totally supportive of PAD's mission, but I just need to confirm its funding source. Is it part of y'all's budget? PAD's funding, what is the source of it?
No, it is not.
Okay. Ms. Carr, could you...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the source of PAD's budget is.
So with PAD, we're looking at the ARP funding for PAD going forward, but we've had PAD before where we've utilized funds from non-departmental.
Okay, could you circulate the value of that for us?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. So you referenced an Emory pay study. Could you please copy us on that?
Retention study. Yeah, it's the retention studies, but I think because it's in the mayor's office, but we should be able to get that to you as well.
Okay, thank you. Does everyone that you would like to see wearing a body camera wearing one, or are we still short?
No, it's in all of our vital units that would have response encounters with the community.
Okay, and then lastly, I have what's in your camera maintenance budget for this year?
I'll have to take a deeper dive into it. I don't know if it's in, I don't have the full book into it, but we can get that to you.
As you recall, that was a topic of interest last year.
That's right, 1.4 million. I thought it was 1.5,
Okay,
but it's 1.4.
So that's flat from
Yes.
prior year. And what percentage of cameras need maintenance currently, ballpark?
I don't know what percentage. It's not a lot. I want to say we stay below less than 10% that will ever need it. We stayed below that number.
Okay. Well, if you could follow up on that and get us that figure. And then lastly, I have a sort of an informational request. It would be very helpful to me, maybe to others, if you could provide a 5-year look back, how many recruits we've graduated each of those 5 years, and then on the attrition side, how many left the department. And could you, in terms of the people leaving, could you please break down by rank so that we can see kind of what the greatest problem stages, career stages are? I think that would be helpful. And then just lastly, I'll comment that as I believe council's going to want to take a close look at seeing what we can do to enhance, pay to further battle attrition. I've asked the finance department to figure out the value of each successive 0.5% for us to use as a basis for that discussion. But thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Waits, followed by Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple of questions. I know you spoke earlier about take-home vehicles. My question is related to, for individuals that actually reside within the city of Atlanta, is that an option, one? Secondly, what are you doing with respect to cultural and sensitivity training? And then I'm very interested in the PAD funding question, which I think we'll address later. And finally, I'd love to know what we're doing in terms of increasing cameras surrounding city buildings, parks, and things of that nature to enhance public safety.
Okay, I'm sorry. The first question was our take-home car project.
For individuals who specifically live in the city of Atlanta.
Yeah, that's who we would target. We know that the number of individuals living in the city that currently does not have a take-home vehicle below the rank of lieutenant is about 200. And so we'll continue to evaluate that and where we stand with that. As it relates to camera systems throughout the city, that falls outside of us. It generally lies inside the business or the department that is building that building to have those cameras ingested into our system. But that will continue to evolve as well, especially as we continue to market what we're doing with the FUSIS project.
And lastly, cultural sensitivity training for our officers.
Absolutely. So this is mandated through our in-service program, and we go through that every year.
Okay, so it's required on an annual basis.
Yes.
And lastly, I was over at the credit union one day, and I ran into an officer who had retired, and he expressed an interest in coming back, and he indicated that it's extremely difficult to come back. I guess once you've been gone for a 6-month period of time, I've heard this, and you even referenced this morning that coming back to the city is extremely difficult, and I'm curious as to why, given the staffing challenges that we're having, why would it be cumbersome to return to the city?
So it's two different coming backs. The person that is retiring coming back, we're actually looking to change that currently to have a part-time position. It is not as difficult as those may seem. However, if your disciplinary process doesn't allow you to come back into our department, I guess it's like leaving a bad relationship. It's once you're out of it, sometimes it's not as forgiving to come back into it, and that's what we find, is that an individual who leave us, if that disciplinary process does not allow them to come back, that is where we find the greatest challenge. But for those who have no problem coming back, they have no history of disciplinary issues, we have no problem bringing them back.
The statement that was actually made to me was that it functions like a fraternity system, and that if you don't have a good relationship with someone in leadership, that more than likely you will not be invited back. And I'm not pushing back on this conversation, but that's exactly what I was told specifically.
It is much easier than that, and it doesn't rely on just one person in leadership. Once they send their paperwork forward, we have to find what does have to happen is there has to be a need for that person to come back. We're expanding that need to address the belt line, what we're doing at the airport and now parks. But it is not a matter of just one individual or any particular group of leaders that make that determination.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Norwood, followed by Amos.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. And thank you for your service to our city. Three things real quick. Number one, I know that Mr. Shipman, President Shipman, was talking about the reduction. I want to make sure that you were discussing the $6.8 million reduction in sworn salaries overall, not just 911. And that's what I'm asking about, that $6.8 million reduction in sworn salaries this year.
Again, I think that that was, and Darlene can speak more specifically to it, but I think that it plays out through the level of attrition, a cost saving through attrition more than anything else. But Darlene, did you want to?
Councilwoman Norwood, the 6.8 refers to all funds. That's inclusive of the airport. And so the general fund was $8 million. And that relates to adjustments and attrition. And I can defer to finance to give more detail on that number.
Good afternoon, Yolanda Corr. That is correct. So when we look at the budget, we have a combination of all funds. When we look at the airport general fund, in addition to that, we do have the attrition that, we've referenced here today. So when you look at net, we have funded all the positions that were filled and a portion of others. I also want to add that we've added an additional $2.5 million to the budget as part of the initiative from the mayor's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The second is, does this budget include the helicopter purchase?
It does not.
It does not. Okay, no. And we know what that is?
We're still working on the paperwork through it, but that will. Say it again.
Alternate funding sources have been identified by Department of Finance, and we're working with them to pursue that purchase.
Great, thank you. The last thing is on the pension. We heard from the union last week about a 25-year commitment versus a 30-year commitment. When I got very involved in the pension 2-3 years ago, the reduction from a 3% multiplier to a 1% multiplier with the increase in the amount that the men and women, younger men and women are putting into the system. It seems, if we're talking retention, that we really do need to start moving in that direction. And is this budget doing anything to address that? Because that's my question. Are we now? And if not, is there anything that this council can do? Because just as we've all heard rumors, the rumors that I'm hearing, the street talk is they get their 401k, it's portable, and they do leave after 4 or 5 years. We've trained young men and women, and then we're losing them. If that is incorrect, I certainly want to be corrected.
So there's nothing in this budget that addressed that. The mayor has had personal conversation. I do know that he has an appetite to looking into it further to see what we need to do. He's heard the concerns as well as it relates to what we could do around the pension. But where we are right now with it, I do not know. That's clearly a better question for his administration, but I do know that he is very concerned about it as he's heard those issues as well.
All right, well, I would like to know if there's anything we as council should do to advance the ball between now and the time we approve the final budget. So I'd love to escalate those conversations. I think it's real important. Another year without doing something that says there's light at the end of the tunnel, I think would be sad.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Amos, then we've got Bakhtiari, Dozier, and Lewis.
Yes, and this probably be a speed round because a lot of it you have touched on. And then if it's something you have to get back to me, just go ahead and say that as well. But community policing, we talk about it a lot, but I see you got it down as community engagement. It's the same. I'd like to know what percentage of the budget is actually spent on community police and community engagement. I know that's kind of hard because I do know you have these specific units that go out, but at the same time we have our majors and our police officers attending community meetings and NPU meetings, and I know you really can't monetize that, but if you can give a ballpark figure of how much of the budget is spent on community policing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman. Again, very much as it's been stated before, there's no one direct line item. This is the community policing is theorized throughout our entire police department. There's no one group that has that responsibility. There's a group that has a concentration of it, but no one person, and this is from our line officers that respond to 911 calls, all the way through our APLI, where there's a responsibility for that level of training to go out into the community and be educated in developing relationships as well, all the way up to the executive command staff, and as you stated, the commanders going out to different community meetings. So there's no one place that we house community policing or policing engagement. There's just only a unit that is specifically concentrated to ensure that it is done, but no one place that it lies.
Thank you. New officer deployment. As we bring on more officers, and I'm getting very specific now, Zone 5, who has the ebb and wave of special events with the Congress Center and things of that nature, and then Zone 1 and Zone 3, in which you said historically has changed the highest number of homicides. What are we doing in this budget to ensure that more resources or specialized resources are going to those specific zones to ensure that we can ebb and be prepared for what's coming and what may not come?
So that's the way that we deploy our resources is based on the volume of incidents and calls that may be there, as well as the personnel that is currently there. So that number as well ebbs and flows. There are times that Zone 3 may need the influx of officers as opposed to anyone else. It is managed differently with each graduating class. We try to put out them equally throughout the city, but when we recognize a particular zone or area needs additional resources, then that's what we are able to do, very much like we had to do in Zone 2. When we get through this summer, in June, they will have their 12 that will begin that academy, the Buckhead Village. And then we'll concentrate, if I'm not mistaken, Zone 1 may be the area that requires the next level of concentration of officers.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, 911 question, and this probably could be a yes or no. With the investment this administration is making into 911 and the structural change you have made, are we expected to hit or exceed the national norm? Because I think you said we're not quite, but we're up under it now with the investments and the changes.
Absolutely.
When we get there.
In short, absolutely, but Ron, if you want to speak.
I think that we will constantly be working towards that, and certainly we want to go above that 90% because that other 10% are also our citizens engaging us in a 911 environment. So, yeah, we are constantly striving for that national average.
Thank you. My colleague, Marino, will hit it on a little bit about the helicopter. Is this a conservative budget or a proactive budget? And what I mean, if this budget passed, would it cover everything you need? When we hire the new officers, we want new cars. You already said the helicopter is not in there. So will this budget, how short would this budget fall of the things we're asking and the community asking you to do that you would need? Because we already hear you need the helicopter added. So what type of budget?
I think that this budget does address our needs for where we will be going into the next year. So I don't have any significant concerns, as Ms. Jackson stated. When you have alternative resources to assist us and in spaces, alternate financial lines, it gets us into a place that we can manage through any given situation.
Yeah, thank you. And then I heard you had the admin position, chief admin officer, I think it is. How would that help better the department and make it more efficient?
So what we're looking to do is to civilianize some of our administrative positions. It does a number of things. One, it stabilizes the number of times we transfer a sworn professional out of that. And then what it also does is gives us the ability to bring someone in who has a stronger discipline in that particular field. HR, for example, right now what we do is we elevate someone who may have been a strong zone commander into that space, and they learn that job. But that's not their career goal. That's not what they have studied to do. And so when we go into professionalizing these positions, we believe that it will strengthen what we have inside our organization.
And last question is, it may not make it into this budget, and I know you're leaving, but for your leadership team, that'll be left. For me, it'll be good as we talk about retention plans. Those things that may not make it into the budget, that may be things that like take-home cars or the not the early retirement, but the reduced number in time. A footnote to the budget to say these are the things that we would normally put in the budget, and if you as council people want to give it to us, then this is what will be good. But I guess a retention plan, because we don't know all the things that would make our officers want to come to Atlanta and stay in Atlanta. So just a footnote on the backside would be very helpful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. We got Bakhtiari, then Dozier.
Thank you. Also, to echo everyone else, Chief Bryant, thank you also for 30 years of service. 30 years ago, I was 4, so you've been around and doing this a lot longer than I have. One of my follow-up questions with PAD, I wanted to circle back to that. I know we talked about financing, and I was wondering if from my understanding, PAD also receives funding from 311, is that correct? It's under the umbrella of 311?
Well, currently right now with the PAD that we had before, we allocated that from non-departmental, but as we go forward, we're looking at ARP funding related to PAD. But we can provide a detailed schedule for all of you all.
Okay. Thank you. And given that everything is growing and changing and that PAD is still a new initiative, I understand there's also some growing pains that will still come with that. I know that I looked up some of the numbers, and there were 266 diversions in 2021 and approximately 2,500 arrests that were eligible, which is what you said. And I know, so PAD has 5 teams, I believe, at their peak hours, but I believe that there are still some officers that are not escalating to PAD, even though there might not be something that PAD can do. At least they can bring folks to the office, and that's a lot. I know that's a change in training. Is there anything that we can do to assist with that, and is there anything that we can also do to follow up with the officers that are consistently making arrests instead of diversions? And I ask this because I know that it will end up assisting us in the long run in terms of relieving APD of certain responsibilities so that you can focus on more dangerous crimes, homicides, repeat offenders, etc. And it will also inevitably end up saving the city money and corrections money because those are people that will have to process through those entities. So is there something that we can do to assist with that?
So on our side, we can continue to educate our officers and look at where we may see an officer hadn't done it. But I would caution to say that the greater responsibility is on the ability for PAD to be able to take that on, because
we're willing to turn over as much as we possibly can, but a good portion of these could very well be outside our time frame, and I think that we have to be cautious to that as well. Though when we are seeing these officers make these arrests that are contrary to what should go into PAD, but we'll always take a look at it. But go ahead, Chief.
And to add to that, Chief Bryant, one of the areas that the council can be of assistance in is educating around PAD with your constituents. Because when we look at those numbers that may have had an arrestable offense that weren't referred, there's a few things are at play. Was there a level of intoxication or of inebriation that prevented that individual from being able to give consent? So if that's at play, that one is automatically off the books because it is required that there has to be a voluntary ability to consent to the program. And so we as an agency are working better to track all the reasons for a non-aversion. But another is the victim of the crime, where there is a victim of crime not consenting to PAD and wanting the crime to be prosecuted. So in that case, particularly around shoplifting, other things happening on commercial property, to be able to educate victims of crimes that may be property owners and business owners in your district of what PAD is, how PAD is part of the public safety network, and its desire to grow it so it can have a ability to reduce recidivism, that would be extremely helpful for us. And then what we want to do, if you look at the zone that is the highest number of PAD referrals, it is Zone 5, right here in the heart of the city. That's because that's where PAD started originally. Right. So we have a template that once we socialize it within the police department and businesses become accustomed to it, what we can grow those numbers to. And that just takes time because it is new and it is progressive, and it's something that we want this department to adopt at all 6 zones. And then it also requires command level buy-in to be able to show that we're rewarding it, we're retracking it, we're refining it. And so it's an important tool that adds to the public safety mission that doesn't dilute where individuals must be having arrest. But we do need people willing on the other side, business owners, to say, yes, I consent as well to PAD. That would be helpful for us.
Understood. And so I'm assuming that when we do, we obviously already allocated funds for the diversion center, but that being a 24/7 entity would obviously assist with things that are outside of the operating hours. Or we could also look at things like a sobering tank, of things of that nature as well. Is what I'm hearing could be a possibility, is what we're trying to work towards. And is there any way to also follow up? Obviously, you're not going to have these numbers now, I don't believe, but to follow up and show weekly quality of life arrests, just so that we have those numbers? Okay. Thank you.
Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I know you're getting a lot of questions from the body, but obviously it's a topic of conversation, and we get a lot of asks and questions and feedback on from our constituents. I have a couple questions, and they're tied to maintenance, which I know is a very exciting topic. The first one is just by being the District 4 seat holder, I overlap with 4 different police zones. I've gotten to know 4 different zone commanders, which has been great, but my phone gets pretty busy on the weekends, so it's a blessing and a curse. But when I visited all the different zone commanders, one of the things that has come up as far as operational constraints and concerns is vehicle maintenance and the condition of the fleet. I'm curious where that's reflected, those maintenance costs, where that's reflected in the budget, and if APD has a plan to address any backlog, real or perceived, within the budget as we go into this next budget cycle. But I wasn't sure if that was under capital outlays or some other portion of the budget that I might be missing. But I'm curious what we're spending on maintenance, and are we looking to making any modifications to account for the needs or the stated needs that I've heard from our zone commanders on that issue.
Right. So we're unique that some may be with us, but a good portion of it is with Public Works, where the transportation of our vehicle is housed and the maintenance of our vehicle is housed in there as well. We are working daily to have a conversation with the people that work on our cars, private entities, to come up with a strategy. Chief Shearbaum devised a plan to make sure that we were able to talk to them and have a slight workaround to be able to make sure we get our vehicles
out of the shop quicker. And so we monitor that on a regular basis as well. But we had conversations with the commissioner over there to really work on a better plan. I think the way that we've done it in the past has been antiquated. And so with energized conversation with the commission, I'm confident that our new plan, a new strategy on how we are purchasing cars and maintaining cars will alleviate the old way of doing things.
Is that something that you could share with this body, specifically what percentage of our fleet is, in the Army we use this term called deadline. I'm trying to figure out what your equivalent will be, but unable to be used out in the field versus where you expect to be, 6 months from now, 12 months from now. I think that would be helpful for my understanding of the health and whether or not this plan that is in place is truly addressing that issue. But if that's something that could be provided to this body, I think that would be helpful for our understanding.
Absolutely. We'll be able to pull that together for you.
Okay. And then the second question is kind of a two-parter. One, does APD participate in the 1033 program, which is for the public, it allows law enforcement agencies to obtain excess military equipment. Is that something that we're a part of?
No.
Okay. Then that answers that. So.
Yeah, we don't want to be.
And then, yes, we would like to not be a part of it. And one of my concerns, obviously, there's a perception challenge that if the military equipment is going to our police forces, then that further the divides between our police and our civilians who, would like to not see our officers armed with military-grade equipment. But there's a financial cost assigned to that, too, where if we're getting mine-resistant ambush vehicles, for instance, those transmissions, those tires, those fuel assemblages have a financial maintenance costs tied to it that require specific contracts with specific, companies that is a lot more expensive to maintain that than it is our existing fleet. So that was really the line I had with that question, but I appreciate that quick answer.
All right. I have one request, just for additional information if y'all can get it to me. You mentioned license and permits throughout your presentation, but didn't really provide a lot of details. Would love to see an org structure, org chart on that. You talked about some key metrics for that department. Would love to see that as well. And then the deliverables that you mentioned, Tier 1 deliverables, what you expect them to be for FY23. So just if you can provide that to me later, it's an area I definitely want to focus on. Y'all have been up there a long time, but I want to flip it back over to Councilmember Hillis for an announcement, and then we're going to wrap this up.
Yep. First, just wanted to thank you for your 34 years of service, Chief Bryant, and on your second retirement. I think there's one more left in you. They say the third time's a charm, as it says. But I just wanted to thank you for that. I also wanted to tell all of my colleagues and invite you all, APD and the Atlanta Police Foundation and Mayor Dickens and the City Council are sponsoring a send-off event to celebrate Chief Bryant and thank him for his 34 years of service. That's going to be on June 1st at 6 p.m. Right here in the City Hall atrium. So it'll be a great night. So please come out and congratulate Chief Bryant and share some stories and have a good time. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chair Hillis. And I'll just one last time echo the appreciation for all the work that the men and women in blue do every day for our city. Thanks for taking our questions today, and we look forward to kind of continue the partnership. All right, colleagues, now that we've wrapped this up, I'm going to invite all of y'all to go, and there is lunch in the conference room back in our hallway. If you want to get that and then come back, I'm going to go ahead and have fire. Thank you for being patient, but go ahead and come on up. We're going to go ahead and get started as soon as they're up. I don't know if they have slides. As soon as their slides are going, we're going to just continue working through lunch. At some point, we're going to need to break for about 15 minutes to give the legislative staff a chance to reset, but we will figure that out once we get the fire presentation underway. right, do we have anyone from fire here? Okay, thank you. All right, as Ms. Lindo is providing us with the copies of the slides, Chief Smith, I'm going to go ahead and invite you to go ahead and get started. If you'll introduce your team. We do have other council members that are going to be drifting back in shortly, but I'd like to go ahead and get you started so we can get you underway.
Good morning, Councilmember Wong, council members. It's my pleasure to be here today to present on behalf of the men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. I am Roderick Smith, Fire Chief for the City of Atlanta. To my left, I have Chief McLemore, who is the First Deputy. To his left, I have Chief Kennedy, who is the Deputy over Support Services. And on the far end, I have Chief Derek Harris, who is the Chief of Field Operations. To my right, I have our Business Manager, Ms. Shy Pickett Harden. And on the very end, I have the Chief of EMS, Chief Royce Turner. It's our pleasure to be here today. Over the last few weeks, we have worked with the mayor's team to put together our budget, our proposed budget for FY23. Through this collaboration, we are very confident that the budget will meet or exceed the expectations for AFRD for upcoming FY23. And we are very excited about the attention that we are getting from this administration to assist AFRD with moving forward into the future and transforming AFRD. What you will find here on the first slide, you will see the organizational chart for Atlanta Fire Rescue. You will see that we have 5 divisions of labor. Each of them are headed by one of the respective deputies that you see that is with us today, as well as they oversee the sections that are respectively up under their divisions. Next on this slide, you will see the authorized position count, or the FTEs, for FY23. You will see that 826 of our FTEs are filled. Vacant funded positions, we have a total of 40. Our total FTEs for this FY23 is 927.33. The .33 represents split funded positions between general fund and aviation. As of April 30th, Atlanta Fire's vacancy rate was right at about 14%. On the next slide, you will see our summary of key deliverables and intended benefits to the city. Our priorities will be emergency response, community engagement, and fire prevention. As we continue our service excellence enhancement, our goal will be to enhance the service model for the city of Atlanta, focusing on service improvements in all areas of emergency preparedness. Our staffing strategies will have us continue to recruit and retain skilled employees that are highly trained as we enter into an evergreen process where we are constantly hiring to meet the attrition needs for Atlanta Fire Rescue. And lastly, you will see that we will continue to address our fleet, our facility, and our construction projects, also known as our capital projects. We will continue with our renovations, as well as our enhancements to fleet and facilities. On the next slide, you will see the department's basic operation plan for FY23. We focus on personnel deployment strategies where we've worked with the administration to increase the salary of sworn members within the department, and we will continue to strategically utilize our overtime to staff our equipment. We will manage, hopefully, to maintain our sworn positions and fill our vacancies. We will train and graduate the members that are currently in our recruit training program. We will enhance our Red Shirt program, which is basically a holding area that allows us to hire people prior to starting recruit training so that they are actually employees when we are prepared to start training them. And we will also increase our effort to obtain or attract certified firefighters from respective fire departments. Next, you will see our contract agreements in which we have a net increase of $1 million, and that is to cover a lease agreement that we have with the aviation division for a temporary training center, as well as we will continue to fund contracts at the levels that have been projected. Those contracts include, but are not limited to, our temporary lease payments, our promotional testing, technological initiatives and or contracts, and facilities contracts. And lastly, we will continue to provide the supplies and other cost charges that allow us to continue to operate adequately. We will continue with our training center payment. We will be prepared for a promotional exam expenses, as well as we will continue in our operational space to provide live fire training and essential apparatus replacement for Atlanta Fire Rescue, as well as we will purchase and continue to enhance our EMS program for new as well as existing initiatives, and we will continue to purchase and replace safety equipment and supplies. On this page, you will see a summary of our current operations. If you look at the top, you will see our FY22 adopted budget, and right next to it, you will see proposed for FY23, roughly a slight increase of $2 million, and that increase primarily is to cover the salary increases. You will see below that we've identified the operational areas so that you can have a visual of exactly what it is we intend to do with the money. We intend to continue our operations for aviation as well as field operations in fire suppression as well as EMS. Our technical Services Division, which is responsible for community risk reduction, technology and communication initiatives, as well as our training capabilities. And lastly, you will see Fire Administration, which oversees our administrative services and support services. To the right, you will see at the top for FY23 a headcount breakdown where you can see the distribution of personnel in our operating functions within the department, with the lion's share of those personnel assigned to the Field Operations Division, followed by our Aviation Division and Tech Services, and last but not least, Admin and Support Services. Our key performance metrics, which allow us to track how well or how effective we are providing services to the City of Atlanta, have not changed, and they will continue to be. We will monitor our total calls for service for fire and EMS. We will monitor our 90th percentile, our first due total response times or travel times for our units to ensure that we are arriving on the scene in a timely manner. We still actively monitor our total calls for service because we are constantly trying to make sure that we have the resources necessary to adequately provide the services to the City of Atlanta. And lastly but not least, we will continue to provide a 90th percentile effectiveness on inspecting permitted facilities in the city. For our key metrics for FY23, the fire department has taken a posture where we are aggressively going into the space of trying to reduce the number of calls for service that we run. We've broken those efforts down into two main areas. One of the main areas will be EMS calls, where we continue our call reduction efforts, working with E911 as well as Grady, addressing our EMS dispatch protocols, as well as reduction of responses to vetted medical facilities by defining if fire goes based on the call type and the need for Atlanta Fire. For fire calls, we're proud to say that we have entered into a space with E911 where we have recently launched EFD, which is Emergency Fire Dispatch, which allows us to more consistently and precisely dispatch fire equipment on fire calls. And we are anxious to go into that space very soon with EMD, which is Emergency Medical Dispatch for those EMS calls. As well as we are constantly modifying our alarm bell response to make sure that we do not put too much equipment on the road, looking at the congestion that we have in the city. We want to make sure that we respond more appropriately to the conditions that we have. From a highlight perspective for FY23, we're very excited about the horizon of where we're taking our services. As I stated before, we are focusing on EMS improvements and enhancements, and you will see us continue to restructure the calls via E911 that we run, as well as we are looking to bring back the rapid response units, which we'll refer to as the quick units, the pickup trucks and SUVs to offset some of the EMS call running throughout the city, as well as we intend on opening an EMS station on the south side before the end of this year, which will occur in FY23. As well, last but not least, we will be opening a clinic at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in upcoming months. We will continue our recruiting efforts with our evergreen recruiting process to address attrition. We'll be targeting certified firefighters, as well as enhancing our cadet program to ensure that we continue to bring viable candidates into employment. As of right now, we have 105 people in recruit training. Our next recruit class is scheduled to graduate in June, specifically June 20th of this year. We have a class after that is scheduled to graduate July 19th. The next class after that is September 13th, and lastly, November 8th. So as you can see, we are very busy and aggressively getting into the space of filling our vacancies. As it relates to our fleet, some of the ongoing challenges we've had with our fleet, we're very happy to say that Fleet Services has modified their approach to dealing with our struggling maintenance issues. The Commissioner has assured me that they will continue the effort of bringing in third-party vendors to assist with repairing those vehicles, and they've done a tremendous job in keeping our reserve fleet at the status to assist us with getting through some of the bog down, as well as we have made our initial purchase order for the original one engine and one ladder. We are in a space now where we're working very closely with DPW to locate equipment to purchase to complete that balance for FY22, which is an additional 3 engines and 3 ladders. Our goal is to purchase equipment that is showroom ready or prepared to go, because we want to reduce that turnaround time in getting that equipment on the street, which it typically takes from order to build 12 to 14 months. And so we are now aggressively in a space of searching for equipment that we can purchase and bring to the city of Atlanta. And in that vein, we will also move forward in FY23. We have been approved by the administration to move ahead with the financing in place to get the additional 4 engines and 3 ladders for FY23. We are also excited about continuing the efforts for renovation and continuing the traction for improving our facilities. Currently, we have about $6.9 million that is allocated for renovations, and that is ongoing, and we will continue into that space, as well as we have a commitment of a baby bond for $2.4 million. To assist us with ongoing renovations. The infrastructure bond that is upcoming, that will be voted on, we have a commitment of $51 million that will allow us to replace 4 fire stations and an additional $4.5 million for renovations. So we are very excited about the facilities enhancements that we have forthcoming. Next, you will see the proposed budget for FY23. And so you will see a slight increase on personnel and employee benefits, and that is to cover the salary adjustments for the upcoming year. You will also see a very small or incremental increase in purchases and contracts, and that is to cover the changes in the lease payments that we are required for the upcoming year, particularly our temporary training location of Clipper Drive. Next, supplies. As the cost of supplies continue to go up, the administration has allowed us to increase the operating costs for supplies, and so you will see a slight increase there as well. There is no change in capital outlays for Atlanta Fire Rescue, but the interdepartmental funds, you will see, it primarily covers our fleet costs. And so as the cost of maintenance as well as fuel and operating costs for fleets, you will see that continue to go up. The other cost represents our contingency fund or our rainy day fund to help us cover those unexpected initiatives that may come up, as well as our other financing use that covers our GMA or our fleet leases payments that may come due during the upcoming fiscal year. Our general fund budget for the upcoming year is $106,966,663. And as I stated before, we feel that this is more than adequate to meet the needs of Atlanta Fire Rescue for FY23, and the administration has assured us that if there are any challenges, they are more than willing to work with Atlanta Fire Rescue to meet the challenges that may arise during the upcoming fiscal year. And with that, I am finished with the presentation, and we're prepared and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief Smith. All right, we've got a line going here. We've got Hillis, Norwood, and then Dozier. Looking around, anybody? And Winston, you want on? Okay. Hillis, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Smith, for the presentation, which I missed the first few slides on. So if you went over this, please excuse me. Which of the Mercer options will this budget fully implement?
This budget is not necessarily focused on the Mercer options, and there was some conversation about how it was presented. However, what the administration has agreed to is to meet the obligation that was agreed to. I believe it was the $15.4 million that they sat down and said would be implemented into the fire department's budget over the 4.5 years to cover the salary adjustments. And so it was not necessarily the option one or option two. The focus at that time put in place by the fire chief was to address compression, and it was to address the chief's ranks where we were having problems with company officers being willing to accept the appointments due to the compression in pay, as well as increasing the firefighter pay.
Okay, but so this has all been a little bit confusing, just following statements made, and it says here from the Office of Communications, moving forward with pay increases for Atlanta firefighters, including the Aviation Fire Division, that meet or exceed recommendations by the Mercer Pay and Class Study a year ahead of schedule. So, so where is this budget taking us in that?
So where the budget is taking you is to meet. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So where the budget is intended to take us is to meet what was agreed upon, meaning the Mercer study itself was a recommendation, and so there was an agreement that was made prior to me sitting in position between the fire chief, the administration, and the labor organization about what that total amount would be.
I'm not talking
or
about
am I missing
the promises of the previous administration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about, we're here to discuss the FY23 budget.
Correct.
When we did these Mercer study for APD, there was a recommendation made. That recommendation was fully implemented.
Correct.
So is this budget not going to fully implement either of the Mercer pay studies options?
So the budget itself, and to answer your question, what I can say to you is this. From what I see, it is not exactly Mercer 1, nor is it Mercer 2, but it is the agreed upon amount by the administration and the labor organization.
It's probably something we're going to have to revisit.
Definitely.
As like I said, if we can't do one of our public safety departments one way and then do another public safety department the other way and not at least meet the minimum recommendations.
So what we are very confident about is that moving forward, the fire department is going to be included in the pay class study that is coming this fall. And so the goal was to get past what was agreed upon and to go into a new space and to allow the administration to come up basically with its own obligation to the members.
Well, I mean, this is just theoretical. I'm not asking you to respond, but I mean, what's the purpose in doing a pay and class study if we're not going to fully implement its recommendations? So that probably needs to be some offline conversations about that. Going on from moving to the fleet, which you touched a little bit on, and we talked about this in public safety before, is, and you talked about the time that it takes. So about a year ago, as was mentioned in public safety, I introduced an ordinance that would purchase $7 million in fire equipment, getting 11 of my current and former colleagues to co-sponsor that. Again, the past administration pushed back on that, and we passed a resolution that did not dedicate any money officially to equipment purchases. So I'm just going to read two of the whereas clauses because it states what that resolution's intent was, and I want you to tell me, number one, where it states the ordered equipment, if that is on the road yet, and then the second whereas states the goals for FY22, which are about to close out here in the next 6 weeks, and the goals for FY23. Where we are in authorizing those purchases, because I haven't seen any authorization legislation come through this council related to those items. So, and this was passed last year in summer. says AFRD has ordered one new 1,500 GPM pumper and one new truck, ladder 85 to 100 feet, TDA, tractor drawn aerial, and one new mini pumper truck in the current year. So have those been officially purchased? Those purchases authorized? Are they on the streets? Or are those three named pieces of equipment?
So those purchases have been made. I am unaware as to where they are in the process, but those purchases have been made. The funding has been allocated to purchase the additional equipment for FY22 as well as FY23 through my conversation with our CFO. And so it is now between Fleet Services and myself. We are trying to locate the equipment to purchase. And as I stated earlier, our goal is not to order equipment that would take a lengthy time to purchase. We're trying to locate equipment that is prepared to be sold right now, such as some of the demo equipment that some of the manufacturers may have, and we're looking to purchase those as quickly as possible.
You skipped ahead there just a minute. I was going to read the plans, and just for the record, it says AFRD requires an additional 3 new tractor-drawn aerial fire truck apparatus and 3 new 1,500-gallon per minute pumpers to be ordered in fiscal year 22. Have those been ordered?
Those 3 have not been ordered.
Okay. Well, we got 6 weeks to fulfill the intent of this ordinance. And an additional 2 tractor-drawn aerial fire truck apparatus and 3 new 1,500-gallon per minute pumpers to be ordered in fiscal year 23, which, of course, we're discussing the budget of right now. So if you don't have anything more to add, I would just ask, you mentioned finance, to update us on where these purchases are, and if you could please reference the legislation that authorized the money for that first group that the chief has stated has been ordered, and then the ones I stated that were going to be ordered in fiscal year 22.
Yes, sir. Very good question. Yolanda Carr, Interim Deputy CFO. So right now we do have the vehicles budgeted. It's in other financing uses. We use a vehicle called GMA, and this is where we buy rolling equipment. And so as the fire chief indicated, with some of the equipment, it does take a minute to come in, such as police and fire trucks, because you have to have the fire trucks retrofitted to make sure they're in compliance. And so you mentioned the legislation that's out there, so we still have an opportunity, even at this point, even if the legislation is introduced as a personal paper or whatever your desire is, we can still make that happen, because with the payments for GMA, we only make those payments 2 times out of the year, but we still have funding that's there, because there are some departments may utilize GMA at different times throughout the year.
Thank you. We can have further conversations about that as well. So on this issue, and what brought all this up is we've had weekends where there's 5+ apparatus out of service. Where are we right now? Where were we last weekend? What are we averaging right now as far as number of ladder trucks and engines being out of service at any given time?
So as you well know, just because the trucks move up and down the road, there going to constantly be maintenance challenges. As I stated earlier, Fleet Services is no longer trying to take on those challenges by themselves. They brought a third-party vendor in to address all of our engine and our ladder issues. As of this morning, we had 2 ladder trucks that were down, that were out for maintenance issues, and we're anticipating that they will be back up shortly.
And engines? Any engines?
No engines out of service.
And how many of each ladder, how many ladders and engines do you have in reserve, and what's the average age of those?
So we have currently 7 engines in reserve, and we have 4 ladders, and the average age roughly is, what would you say, Matt? About 20 years old.
And I asked and did receive this back when all this all first came up in the summer of last year. Could you please send us a report, each apparatus, its manufacturer, how old it is, and the number of days it has been down in fiscal year 22?
Oh, definitely. We can get that.
All right. Anything, I know this, again, just like with the equipment purchases, it's not all necessarily in the general fund budget, but what in this budget helps with our capital costs, if anything, of rebuilding, rehabbing, and building replacement or new fire stations, which has also been an issue?
Yes, so in this upcoming budget, We have a commitment from the administration to assist us through baby bonds and infrastructure bonds. And so we have, from the baby bond, we have $2.5 million that's been committed to us for maintenance and repairs. The infrastructure bond is going to cover the replacement of the 4 stations, which is a total of $51 million. And renovations, we have an additional $4.5 that has been dedicated towards renovations and building.
All right. Thank you. And not just bringing the heat to you, Chief. I'm spreading it out with Fleet, with Commissioner Wiggins and others, but I just want our city, especially our public safety departments, as the chair of public safety, to have the best equipment and the best fire stations that we can. So I'm going to continue to push and make your department better. And again, much thanks to you, because I get nothing but positive accolades and praise from your crew, from firefighters up through the ranks. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump the line because I know he has to leave shortly, but Councilmember Winston, followed by Norwood.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to talk a little bit about, training as it pertains to the proposed budget for 2023. Right now, it's my understanding that personnel, while on active duty, are having to go and do training. So is the budget taking into account, the assumptions that we'll have, additional personnel and also the rising cost of potential of training for those new personnel?
So the current budget does take into consideration the personnel that we hire and we train, as well as the continuous training.
And can you talk a little bit about how we're managing the aspect of having active duty personnel that's having to train, off-site, many times outside of the city limits, and how we're kind of managing that right now?
Right. So what we found is that fire training, we have to take our personnel off-site. We have partners, DeKalb County, Douglasville, and we're utilizing their burn facilities to train them in the aspect of fighting fires. But however, the classroom activities and things of that nature and the outdoor training drills, they can still be done on-site. And so we've worked very well with our partners in that space. Excuse me. In addition, we have a temporary burn structure that we have just recently purchased, and we're anticipating that it will be in place within the next 5 to 6 months. We have been assured that the burn building for the new Public Safety Training Center is in the first phase of that project, and it will be available in December of next year.
Do you see any cost savings when that new burn center comes on board?
Oh, definitely so.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Norwood, then Dozier.
Thank you, and thank you all for your service to us. Just 2 questions. One is that, as we heard from the police department, the police, won't say department, their pension had tremendous issues when our former mayor redid the pension, and that fire had the same issues. So my question is, are y'all doing anything to address the pension? Is that in the budget this year to start to make, if the issues are the same, which is what I understand they are, it's about years of service, multiplier, contributions. There's just a lot of work to be done there to undo the harm that's been done to both our police officers and our firefighters. So do y'all have anything in the budget, or is there anything this council can do to help you start that process?
So yes, ma'am. So the budget, the pension is not in the current budget. As you well know, the mayor just got in position in January. Right. However, he and his administration have agreed to go back to the table and entertain some possible changes in that multiplier or pension alternatives.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of us that are very interested in seeing that advance as quickly as we can. The other was kind of surprising to me. Yesterday, I went to the mayor's event at Station 26, and I was and it's going to be replaced, which is great, but I was asked by an individual who shall go unnamed if I could please raise money for furnishings for the fire station. And I said, I don't understand. We're spending millions of dollars to build this fire station, and you're saying that there isn't money that you've just gotten a $10,000 check from a corporate person, which is lovely and good for him to decide to give $10,000 to the station. But that was odd to me that the budget for the fire station is going to be lacking in amenities that obviously this person thought I should go out and get money for, which I don't mind helping, but that's just very, very odd. Either we haven't budgeted correctly for that station or something's going on.
So the intent with the upcoming projects is to include furniture and fixtures in the projects as well. And there are some funds that the business manager and I have talked about purchasing some furniture for stations around the city in this upcoming budget.
Okay, so I was misinformed that there needs to be philanthropic fundraising done for Fire Station 26 to be appropriately furnished. I don't mean excessively furnished, but I do mean appropriately furnished, because I've been over there when people were replacing sofas and chairs, and I've seen it. So
if we're talking about the new project, the building of the upcoming 26.
Correct.
Furniture and fixtures will be included in that. Okay. What I believe the conversation that you're hearing has been driven through our foundation, through its Adopt a Station program, and what they've been looking to do is offset some gaps for furniture and fixtures that have historically been in place, but we're looking forward to getting out of those gaps moving forward.
Okay, so I was being asked to raise funds for existing stations that may or may not need something, and it's part of the Adopt a Fire Station program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Dozier, you're up, and Overstreet and Lewis.
Thank you so much for presenting this afternoon. I had a quick question just with regards to the fleet and the capitalization of new fleet acquisitions. As a city, we have adopted this larger vision of something called Vision Zero, so to reduce as many pedestrian and cyclist fatalities or injuries as much as possible. Part of that goal is, you see legislation coming from council with four-way stops, with speed tables and speed humps. You've also seen, at least in this infrastructure bond package and T-SPLOS package, safe streets modifications to either narrow streets or to reduce radii on turn radii, anything that we can do to slow down traffic. But oftentimes, no sorts of modifications or alterations or enhancements impacts the ability of emergency vehicles, and that's where we typically see a lot of pushback when we try to make our streets safer through some of these infrastructure enhancements. I'm curious with the trucks you all are looking at going forward, if there's an exploration of smaller vehicles or vehicles that are more aligned with that Vision Zero vision, for lack of a better term, to prevent that sort of friction between your needs and the needs to slow down cars, make our streets safer, because I know other cities have pursued smaller vehicles or vehicles that require fewer crew members, and they've tried to right-size their vehicle fleet with the type of calls that go out. Now everything is a five-alarm fire. And think about the fact that when I was hit by a car and had to go to Grady, the fire department was the first to arrive on scene. There was a full fire truck, full crew that came out to support me, which I'm thankful for. But I recognize that there can be some friction between our goals to make our emergency services better, but also make our streets safer for people trying to cross the street, trying to take their kids to the park, trying to go to school. And so I'm curious if y'all are looking at that as part of this exercise in your fleet and seeing the future of your fleet and where that can be aligned with that vision of Vision Zero.
Thank you. So, yes, we are. Ultimately, our goal is, as I stated earlier, call reduction. The call reduction efforts as well include us reevaluating what equipment we have on the road and what equipment is actually responding. To your point, there are instances where we can have up to 8 or 10 trucks responding to one specific incident. And so what we're doing is revisiting the call types and making determinations as to do we really need to send that much equipment, and looking at the risk. As it relates to future equipment, we're always on the cusp of seeing what is better and what is more innovative. We're even looking at, as I stated, bringing back a larger number of rapid response vehicles, which will be the pickup trucks and the SUVs, to eliminate or reduce that footprint of what is actually responding. And we're always open to innovative approaches to provide the services to the city.
And thank you. And for what it's worth, I know smaller vehicles are cheaper to maintain, too, as you think about operating costs on long term. It's something you'll probably hear me push on a little bit, not just with this budget cycle, but as we have future conversations, because I do think there's an opportunity to meet both demands in the middle, if you will, to increase the capacity of our emergency services while also making our streets in general safer, make our roadways narrower, to make it harder for vehicles to turn into a pedestrian at a crosswalk. But I get there's trade-offs, but I want to try to reduce those trade-offs as much as possible so that all parties are successful in the work they're trying to do to make the city a better place. But thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Overstreet, followed by Lewis.
Thank you so much for being here today, to the whole fire department, fire and rescue department. But I do want to apologize for actually eating fried chicken, mac and cheese, green beans, and banana pudding during your presentation. But because of our earlier commitments, we were thrown behind, and I did not want to miss it. And I definitely didn't want to miss the opportunity to let you all know how much I appreciate your service and your hard work. I love the direction that we're going as a city in our fire department. And my vote reflects that. And I've been having offline conversations with different people about the pension situation, which is not addressed in this particular budget, but having served on the pension board as a trustee for the last 3 years, and not on it now, but I'm really aware of the doings and processes there. I am committed to making sure that we are addressing the very valid issues there, and hopefully we'll get it together for the next budget season, because we do have a new administration and another opportunity. So I just wanted to say that and let you know how much I appreciate the work that you all do. I see you often, which means everything. I can't tell you how excited I am about the pilot program coming to the Southwest Atlanta, where we need it really badly. So I just really see a lot of great things and a lot of happy firemen and women out and about, and not just when there's a fire. And I appreciate that also. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Boone.
And my question to you is similar to my question to police earlier today. With the requested budget, do you think that it will effectively and efficiently help you do your job if you were to receive what you request?
Oh, definitely. We sat down for weeks on end with the administration and went line by line, and I'm very confident that this budget will meet our needs.
Okay, and the 7 trucks that we spoke about earlier, if we were now to use the funding, will that bring us up to where we need to be, or do we need to make an additional investment?
What it will do is it will allow us to go into a constant replacement plan. It will get us back on track.
Okay, and I lastly want to say thank you, Atlanta native. Anytime we get people who want to stay in the city, born in this city, they treat our city a little better, I feel like. So I want to say I appreciate you for your service to the city, and thank you for just staying down with us. I understand you got somebody up there from Harper Archer, too. You know what I mean? So
the other schools as well.
And I heard we got Mays High School up here. We talk a lot about investing in police and fire and in public works. when I'm up here. I know we talked about pensions for police and fire. We didn't talk about pension for public works, too. All y'all are facing the same type of battles. The investment, if you say you need something, I know you've discussed it with the mayor, you telling us you need this in order to be successful, right? Okay, thank you. I'm just making sure that we know that the fire department told us what they need. And if we support them, we're supposed to give them what they need. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Boone, then Hillis.
Yes, Chief, thank you all so much for your robust community outreach efforts. I saw something about the Camp Fire for Young Ladies. I had never seen that before, and I thought that was just incredible. Has that happened before?
We've done it one time before, and we'll continue to make it an annual effort.
Tell us about that program. That's a beautiful program.
So what this program is, it's designed to raise the interest level of females in the fire service. And so what we do is basically like an old church lock-in, if you will, is we take one fire station and we allow them to spend the weekend in the fire station, and for them to be mentored by the firefighters, the female firefighters that we have on the job, talking to them about the rigors of the job, but also about the opportunities that they can find within the fire service.
Well, I hope that we can expand that program and do that in Southeast and other areas also. That was just magnificent. Also, the smoke detector issue. With our seniors, you all were over in the Tarragon, Plainville area a couple of weeks ago, and it was just remarkable. I think they replaced over 45 or 48 smoke detectors in the Adamsville area. And to those firefighters that give insulin, to our seniors, I don't think people really understand that when you all show up and really take charge of a person's health like that, it's just remarkable. So I just want to thank you all for being there, being responsive, and always answering the call. And to our LP Miles classmate, thank you for your I think we have two people in the audience from LP Miles Elementary School where it all began. Ms. LaShondra Burks, thank you for your service too.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have Hillis, then Shook.
Yeah, so Councilmember Norwood's questions kind of brought up some problems that I've experienced as well with fire stations and making sure they're equipped and they stay equipped. Before I was on council, I was the president of my neighborhood association, Riverside, Station 28. And all these people are long gone, so no hand slapping or anything. But, I was brought to the station and it's like, we've had, our TV's been out for, 2 to 3 weeks. Our microwave, we don't have a microwave. We've asked for it. It's been weeks without a microwave. We're asked to cut our own lawns, and our weed eater's been in the shop for, 3 weeks. So the neighborhood association got together funds, and I took a trip to Home Depot and Best Buy and bought them, what they needed. But is that kind of maintenance in your budget, or that would be a Dean budget issue?
For the most part, it's
okay.
For the most part, it is in our budget, but for the most part, what we found overwhelmingly is that a lot of times the firefighters they're just resilient, and they've just learned to just tolerate. And what we found is that more times than not, it's not reported, and so we can't fix what we don't know. But if they do report it, we will definitely make sure that we jump on top of it.
Gotcha. And then just the maintenance, as most, maybe all fire stations, they maintain their own property. So just making sure that they have equipment to do that with. I spent, I believe it was $20,000 was the spend. It was allocated $25,000, but as part of the Bowen Homes planning, I dedicated $25,000 District 9 funds, and we landscape Station 38, one of our older stations. But I know there are many other stations. I have more than any other council district at 5, but station enhancements, even going back to Station 28. Not just the cutting the lawn and stuff, but making sure the station that's only 9 years old now. When was it, 2013 when it opened? I mean, the landscaping is almost non-existent or looks terrible. So is there anything in your or Deem's continual fiscal year budgets that help, refresh fire stations?
That goes again back to the request. We found that they slide into just a grass cutting space versus landscaping. But we will definitely assist them with whatever they request.
Well, maybe we need to do a little drive around District 9 and I can put in my requests.
Definitely. I'll make it time we can do that.
Definitely. I appreciate it, Chief.
All right, thank you. What are the locations for the 4 new proposed stations?
The 4 new proposed stations are Station 30, which is on Cleveland Avenue, Station 26, which is off Howell Mill, Station 25, which is on Benjamin E. Mays, and Station 31, which is on Fairburn Road.
Okay, thank you. I have asked Finance the same question I asked relative to the police presentation. I've asked them to provide us with the value of every additional 0.5% of salary across the ranks of the department, because I suspect we're going to need to have a conversation about doing something a little bit more to, give people here hope that there's hope. And I know we're fixing up fire stations and doing various things, but I think we need to do something rather immediate than say, well, we're going to do a pay and class study one of these days. Well, we're going to, do Mercer 2.0. I'm concerned about the rank and file and the health here. We're attriting people out of services that are just so vital. Anyway, so that being said, the fire department is beloved in all our communities, and there's good reason for that, and I thank you and everyone else for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, thank you guys and ladies for your service. It's no secret the admiration I have for the fire department and Station 16 and Station 1 to be exact. Chief, over the last, 10 years, what has been the percentage or the increase of your budget when it comes to medical calls and your EMS services and things of that nature?
EMS or call volume as a whole has gone up about 10 to 12% each year. Looking at the numbers, EMS calls represent anywhere from 75 to 80% of the calls that we're running.
As far as your budget increase, can you put, and then I think we even start transporting as well, what is the monetary or the dollar sign on that service?
So we have not begun to transport as of yet. That won't happen until the end of this year. But the budget is, the operating fund is adaptable enough to adjust and to cover what we need.
Yeah. And the reason I ask is really for my colleagues. This has been happening out of the need, but out of the want to deliver a better fire service to the citizens of Atlanta, but out of a need of the pullback of medical services from Grady and Fulton County. So this is probably a conversation we need to have with our elected colleagues across the street in Fulton County to see what is the trade-off of our fire service going deeper and deeper into the medical service and the pullback of county medical services as well.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having served 15 years in emergency management, I have a fondness as well as my colleague for fire service and emergency management, so thank you for what you do. I know we've had some conversations surrounding pensions and compensation, but I'm particularly interested as well in quality of life issues. Is it possible to get a list for every single station throughout the city of Atlanta where there may be some needs for refrigerators, microwaves, or any type of lawn service equipment? I'm very interested in supporting that effort to make sure those that are serving have the tools that they need to be successful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We're happy to provide that.
All right. I have one really quick question and then one probably potentially a little more complicated. You said you were looking for, or you were working with Dept to help to find to purchase the 3 engines and 3 ladders. Are they subject? I mean, are we having a hard time because of supply chain issues as well, or is it just
supply chain issue?
Okay. All right. I wondered about that.
We're ready to buy.
Okay. All right, so let it be known out there if you got one, we're in the market. I don't know if it's a question for you or maybe for finance, but there's something that's somewhat consistent through a lot of the budget requests from the departments. We're seeing, as you presented, an increase in your filled positions. At the same time, I'm also seeing an increase in the overtime line item, and that to me seems counterintuitive because what we want to do. I know we're stressing our staffing levels right now because COVID loss, COVID outages, and the like. But to me, if we're filling those positions back, we then should be in a position where we're not needing to rely on overtime, which is a lot more expensive. So I don't know if you can speak to that or if finance can speak to that, but help me reconcile that.
So overtime has always been a part of our environment because from an attrition perspective, we can never get to 100%. Our vacancy rate right now is right at about 14%, and we just simply cannot get past that space right now because we do not have the operating capacity to put any more people in training. Where you will see the correlation between the overtime is that 105 people that I have in training that cannot impact our day-to-day staffing. And so they're 12 to 14 months out before they impact day-to-day. But we also still have people that leave systematically.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's an ongoing cycle.
That's fair. So
that is correct. So just to reiterate what the chief mentioned, so the shift that you'll see it in overtime because there's an attrition rate in public safety. There are some opportunities there where you may not fill as quickly, but you do have that overtime to support the needs of the departments.
I hadn't thought about that. For public safety, it does take a lot longer to onboard from the time that you hire, get through training, and then get them on up to speed. So I appreciate that. I guess it took me a second, though, to also reconcile that some of the payroll numbers are going down as well, although they're baking in salary increases. So I guess this is all a function of building this budget. The starting point was where the current staffing levels are. So we're going to be at a lower starting point with payroll because of the vacancies, and then overtime because of the time it takes to catch up.
That is correct. So when you look at the budget numbers, you'll see that we made sure that we funded all positions at a point in time. In addition to that, we did include an additional $3.8 million as a part of the salary adjustments for the Department of Fire. But again, you'll see that it's really just timing and the attrition that you see maybe a shift from one bucket to another bucket.
And my final question for you, Chief, is in terms of retention, are we seeing that being the most opportunities falling in any particular grade or level within your org structure?
So the customary attrition point for us is retirement, when people hit their service time, age or years. But we've seen a group that came or presented itself during the pandemic space was that 1 to 5 year employee.
Okay.
That wake up one day and just say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore.
All right. So hopefully the salary increases will help with that. And then, I'm sure Councilmember Hillis will be leading the charge with a number of us who would like to also just, if there's more that we can do, we'd like to pursue that as well. So any other questions from my colleagues for Chief Smith or his team? Thank you again for your service. I know that in my district, y'all are beyond beloved. I mean, if that's probably God, family, pets, and then the fire folks. So anyway, but thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your support.
Yeah. right, colleagues, it is 1:03. As I mentioned earlier, we need to let the legislative staff reset. That's going to take, I think, 10 minutes or so. So corrections, my apologies, we're just going to have to push all back just another 10 minutes, but we'll have you up as soon as we can get our team back up here, all right? Thank you. You want to start making your way up? I think we should be able to get started shortly. Whoa, okay. Okay. Is the remote? All right, colleagues, let's go ahead and take our seats. We're going to get started up again. Oh, yeah. Howard, do you mind grabbing those packets? No. All right, so we're going to resume our hearings for today. Next up is corrections. I'll go ahead and turn the mic and the podium over to you and the floor, and then if you'll introduce your team, we can go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to distinguished afternoon, I'm sorry. My apologies. Good afternoon, other distinguished council members, and thank you all for this opportunity. I'll go ahead and start with our introduction. To my far left is Captain Wiggins. She's in charge of our Office of Professional Accountability and Chief of Staff. To my immediate left is Ms. Williams. She's our business manager. To my right is Major Johnson. She's our administrative service commander. And to the far right is Major Travis. She's our facility commander. And so, Mr. Chair, I know we're a little behind time, so I'll go ahead and move into the presentation if that's okay, beginning with the first slide, which is our FY22 highlights. So as you can see, these we're starting out with DPW Operation Clean Sweep, as well as code enforcement. These are our inmate work details. As you know, last year we suspended some of these details because of COVID, but we've resumed that relationship with the state DOC department, and we have begun assisting Commissioner Wiggins' team in several districts throughout the city, as well as code enforcement. Ms. Talley has given us several cut and close locations, and we've exhausted a majority of that list with that assistance of the inmates working those details. And that gives them, these state inmates, an opportunity to work off community service or work to earn credit towards their release to show that they could be gainfully employed in the communities. So it's a great relationship, and we're really looking to expand on that relationship with the state. As you know, in the past, the department worked with the state where they employed employees. So we have been speaking to DPW as well as Watershed about rekindling that relationship, and they are receptive. So we'll keep you abreast of that. And then, of course, as a part of the mayor's detail, crime reduction was extremely important, so we wanted to make sure we continue to partner with APD to work on Operation Street Racing details, as well as the transportation assistance. And that's something additionally that we would like to expand on to provide more assistance with transporting those detainees, whether it be back to ACDC, Fulton County, or Grady. We have done details this past fiscal year, not as many as we would like, but those details that they have, such as winter blanket, we've participated in that. So we're looking to expand that relationship as well. And then, of course, the U.S. Marshal Transport, which is directly related to court and medical. And then we are continuing to do the community outreach programs. As you know, we've had a lot of Warming Center activation over the past year. And we've worked closely with Felipe, the Director of Emergency Preparedness, to provide services for our vulnerable citizens, specifically meals. As you can see the numbers there, over 1,200 meals our kitchen prepared and distributed for our citizens, linen service, laundry, and these services, the laundry, our housekeeping team is responsible for, not only do we provide, but for cleaning those linens as well, doing those activation, and of course hygiene supplies. And then we also continue to communicate, to work with council members, more recently Council Member Boone and Bond, and doing community food drives. And of course, during the pandemic, we've provided assistance with the help of Viral Solution. We partner with them. They come to our ACDC once a week to provide vaccine and testing, COVID testing for our detainees as well as the employees. So we are very proud of that partnership, and we will continue that moving forward in the future, as well as PPE supplies. And then other programs that we are gradually trying to resume will be the Senior Citizen Meal Program and the Youth Meal Program, as well as Love Our City community programs where we partner with 311 to handle referrals regarding cut and close, as well as Hosea Helps. Next slide. And this slide is just an overview of our FY22 organizational structure. We've made some changes to streamline to deal with some of the staffing shortages or challenges. So we've moved the professional standards, for example, under Captain Wiggins, and we moved some of the career development and program management services under our business manager. But just real quickly, as you see, the main divisions are going to be administrative services, fiscal services, business manager, and then the detention division. Next slide. So our plan of operations, starting with our personnel strategies. Again, we've streamlined or updated our organizational chart to deal with some of those staffing challenges. Some of the operational changes would be rehire and onboarding for our vacant positions, the recapture and 520, which the recapture program is something that we just started up, which we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from our supervisors. These seasoned officers have been able to come in not only to fill critical positions, but to provide mentorship for our new employees. Reallocation of personnel for mission-critical functions. We are continuing to do that, where we're using our administrative staff to fill key positions occasionally, as well as collapsing some of those post assignments with supervisors, which is providing us some operational flexibility where we can consistently maintain those critical post assignments. And then continuing monitoring overtime. This has always been an ongoing challenge, and we are closely monitoring that as we move forward in the next fiscal year. Other costs and changes, a budget change, of course, as you can see, is an increase of a little over $2.1 million. Most of that would be baked in with our overtime and our salary increase, and I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. And then the other variance is a little over $500,000. Again, that's involving salary and benefits, contract services, supplies, facility upgrades, and maintenance repair. And then, of course, those ongoing purchase service contracts and agreements that we have, as you can see the list of those, food services, telephone, physicians, pharmaceutical, dental, psychiatry, commissary, and electronic health records. Our other operational changes will be facility maintenance and preventive agreements. And Dean, who has been working closely with us, they have 3 employees assigned to ACDC to help with ongoing maintenance issues, which has been very beneficial for us. The next slide, we'll move into our key deliverables. Personnel deliverables involve recruitment and onboarding. We've onboarded 30 new employees this fiscal year, 5 officers who have completed and graduated from jail school training, which is always ongoing. Recapture, a program, as I mentioned earlier, 520, and then again monitoring overtime. Other deliverables involve contract services, supplies, which are 2 of the main drivers other than our personnel costs. Facility upgrades, which involves our CCTV, electronic health records, and plumbing, grease trap, and other maintenance. Next slide. This is will be our key metrics for FY22 as of April 30th. The number of detainees booked, as you can see from FY2020, was 17,237. That was the actual number as of during that fiscal year as of June 30th. FY 2021, 8,678 as of June 30th. And then currently, FY 22, 8,215 as of April 30th. So apples to apples, if you look at last year during the same time at April 30th, we were at 7,010. So we will obviously surpass that number this year. Average daily population is 46 for this fiscal year. Last year we were at 32, so that number, as you can see, is trending up. Booking time is 51, which is a number we are very proud of. Most agencies have a significantly higher number when they process detainees in and book them. Average stay at ACDC is going to be 2 days. The average number of housing units that we use is going to be 4. And average daily non-population inmates is 1. So if you look at that bar graph, it gives you an illustration starting from June 20th, last fiscal year, 2020 fiscal year, all the way through April. And as you can see, the orange represent the numbers that are booked, and then the blue represent the average daily population for that particular month. And as you can see, the numbers have trended up from July 2020 with 25 being an average in that month, and as you move all the way over to April, we're at 42. And as I mentioned, the current population average is 46. I checked last month, and that number was, I believe, 52. So it's starting to stabilize, but it's pretty much double the numbers starting in fiscal year FY20. The next slide is going to just highlight some of our accomplishments. One was a correctional officer pay increase. This is just for the COs only. This was done after a pay study by HR. They looked at agencies in this area and found that we were the lowest paid. Our team at that time starting pay was $34,000. So a recommendation to increase our starting pay, as well as all of our COs, was given by HR, and we're thankful that the administration and this council supported that. The starting pay now would move up to a little over 39, from 34 to 39. Also, ACA, American Correctional Association Accreditation. This is obviously something that's ongoing. We've just completed a mock review that we successfully passed, and we will have another review next month. But we would definitely want to make sure we sustain this as we ensure we're in line with best practices across the country. And, of course, we're continuing to recruit and onboard new candidates, training, again, recapture 520. And we've also partnered with the assistance of AFRD. We've partnered with Fulton County Health System to be recognized as a COVID rapid site testing location. As you know, we have a medical facility inside of ACDC with nurses and a physician who's there every day and on call as well. And so now we can actually provide that rapid test and upload that information in the Fulton system for detainees and our employees. Facility inspections, of course, we are required by state and federal mandate to meet certain requirements, and I'm happy to say we have consistently met and exceeded those requirements as it relates to fire safety, food services, where we received 100% score with the last inspections, as well as medical and maintenance. Facility upgrades are mainly focusing on technology. We are looking at, of course, our CCTV phase 1 and 2 to ensure we have proper oversight inside of ACDC, and then the electronic health maintenance. We're moving from the manual system to an electronic system to better help with our record keeping, and then again general maintenance repair. The summary of our current operation budget. As you can see, moving from FY20 to the proposed FY23, the budget trend started with a little over 19.1 million. You see the drop off in FY21, and that was as a result of the personnel and staffing being moved to the executive office constituency service, and that since have been moved back. And it was moved in last fiscal year, and as you can see, the numbers went up to 13.9. That 2.7 was mainly operations, our operation costs during that fiscal year. So from from FY22 adopted to FY23, a little over $16 million, and again, a little over 2 million increase. The head count breakdown for FY20 is 25. 21, we were showing 13. Again, most of those numbers were moved under the executive office. And FY22 adopted was 210 and 215 proposed. And in those areas, we're looking at personnel and employee benefits, attrition rate, which is at 19.6. That's down a little from last year, which we were at 23%. And again, overtime use, purchase and contract services, and other key metrics, as we mentioned, average daily population, facility upgrade, and maintenance repair. The next slide is our proposed budget, just a breakdown of our major categories, starting with personnel and employee benefits. Again, a little over 12.6 million, which is the biggest bulk of our dollars. Then purchase and contract services, and next would be supplies at a little over 2.4 million. This involved food service, medical, equipment, repair, technology, training, and utilities, just to name a few. Interfund, interdepartmental charges, 83,351, and other financing use, a little over 35,000, which would be a proposed budget of 16,074,900. And then finally, the last slide is just some of the partnerships we wanted to highlight that we've worked with over this past fiscal year and intend to move forward in the future, both internal and external partners. One I want to mention in particular, Department of HR, who has worked closely with our team during a difficult year, especially with COVID and some of the other challenges. So we're appreciative to Commissioner Norman for that. He has his HR team consistently goes to our roll calls and meet with our staff just to talk about issues. He's also, his EAP unit has come out and done what they call pulse check to talk to our officers about stress management and so forth. And then also Someone Cares Atlanta. They've partnered with us in this ongoing partnership to provide HIV education and assistance for our detainees. And again, our Viral Solution, who's been assisting during the COVID pandemic. And Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. and we'll stand by if there are questions or comments.
All right, thanks, Chief Dancy. Yep, I've got a slew of questions coming at you. First from Councilmember Hillis, then by Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Chief Dancy and your team for the presentation and service to the city. Well, I guess this is one of the more glaring budgets, and this has been a discussion that's been going on for a few years now, is, we're spending $16 million to keep up a jail that houses, an ADP of 46 people. And just looking at comparisons of previous budgets and some of the slides that you presented to the number of bookings has been, give or take some, cut in half since the fiscal year 2020. Yet the number of FTEs has only decreased by 10, from 225 to 215. So we have 215 FTEs overlooking an average daily population of 46. And so just, do you know how many people are in the jail as we speak?
When I
Give or
checked,
take a few.
58, okay, and that just increased. The last number I saw was at 10 a.m. and it was around 39, but it fluctuates obviously. But of course, the booking numbers that are coming in are significantly higher than that. And again, I think even as you look over the last few fiscal years, you can see a lot of overtime baked into that to fill critical positions. And you may recall last year, actually, when I first came on board in January of 2021, the Innovation Office had done a real deep dive to look at our personnel and make a recommendation, and they went through workshops with the Public Safety Committee, and the numbers that they recommended, we are below those numbers now, and I think we were looking at an average population at that time of about high 20s, I believe. And so now we're at 46 and slightly trending up, so that number has pretty much doubled. So we are still, I think we are basically running, as I mentioned, our shifts with using administrative positions occasionally, supervisors that are collapsing to work post assignments, and utilizing overtime. So if we can increase that number, I think that we can sufficiently staff appropriately and minimize at some point minimize the excessive overtime use that we've been using in the past. But we are, we continuously book. We do have the signature bond process where a lot of our arrestees are moving through the system, but there are some that are mandated to go before a magistrate, and so we are housing those in usually about 4 pods. And of course that can expand if we have a juvenile, for example, when I say juvenile, age 17, so they would have to be housed in a separate pod where that we would have to oversee as well. So it continuously fluctuates. And then of course you have to remember that we have to house Grady. We have to have personnel at Grady 24/7 for detainees that are moving in and out of that location. And I believe, last fiscal year or the fiscal year beginning of the middle of the fiscal year, I believe FY23, we lost the contract with the private security company at Grady. That was about 36 security officers. Now we are in that space and have to fill that void as well. So it's a strain, I could tell you, on our team with having to work overtime to fill those critical positions. But in a sense, well, in public safety in general, but in a sense like APD, safety is always paramount. And working in those pods, where it's, for example, in the male pod today is probably about 30 plus to 2 officers. We want to make sure we are sufficiently staffed consistently. And thank you for that information. Gave me the number of inmates. You have 3 8-hour shifts? Yes, sir. 3 8-hour shifts.
How many FTEs are on duty as we speak?
So I do look at the worksheet every day. I know that we have 11, I believe 13 that's on shift today. And and most of those are working those post assignments in the pods. Today, currently...
So is that counting you all, or is that just correctional officers?
No, that's correctional officers.
The whole...
And the supervisors.
The whole shebang. How many are on duty right now?
So 13, did I say? Yeah, 13 plus the 5 that's here now.
Okay. And how many of those are at Grady?
So, I'm sorry, I missed those numbers. We have 5 at Grady.
So you have 13 at ACDC.
Correct. And
you have
an additional
5 of you all here and 5
an additional
at Grady.
5 at Grady, correct.
Yeah, that'll end my questions, but, just end with a statement. I find it, continuing to upkeep a jail that has this very low ADP, over 1,000 open beds, out of our 3 public safety departments, corrections is the one that has an increase, albeit a small one, in sworn salaries. Yeah, we're decreasing those numbers in fire and police, and much to my statement of the previous presentation by fire, we can't even do what a statement from the Office of Communication says what we're going to do when it comes to their salaries. So I'll just end with that statement. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Hillis. Next up, Councilmember Bakhtiari, followed by Shook.
This afternoon, no, right? Good afternoon. Thank you for coming and presenting today. So, a couple of beginning questions. One, I saw salaries regular versus salaries sworn. I'm sorry, they might be better versed in that, but I was hoping you could elaborate. Regular salaries versus sworn salaries, what is the differentiation?
The civilians, so we have civilian staff as well as sworn staff. Our civilian staff would consist of our kitchen staff.
Okay.
Our booking office clerks, our medical staff, and our public transaction team.
Okay. And as of right now, how many employees that are categorized as civilian versus sworn?
So we have 108 sworn and 41 civilian currently.
Okay. And sworn officers, I'm guessing, so those would be COs, those would be correction officers.
Yes, ma'am.
Sworn officers. And we have all 108 that are serving at ACDC.
And Grady.
And the 5 that are typically, 5 at most at Grady at a time?
They're included in those numbers.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll get to more questions about that piece in a second, but I first wanted to ask if you could elaborate on what the $2.5 million for supplies were, because it seems like a pretty large jump.
Yeah, so the supplies involve food service, medical, I have a list of them, and then maintenance, ongoing maintenance needs, utilities, things of that nature, equipment, and even things like, let's see, training as well.
Okay. And all of that is to service the individuals that come through and are booked at ACDC?
Yes, ma'am, generally. So as I mentioned earlier, we provide, for example, food service for the Warming Center. Our staff at the jail prepare those meals when those centers are activated. One other example, I know it was last fiscal year, Lilla had a small, I believe a month or so, but the non-congregant hotel.
Yes, I was one of the people there collecting that food from y'all when y'all dropped it off to us. So
yes, ma'am. So that's part of that as well.
And y'all supplied breakfast, lunch, and dinner, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely. And linen. We actually purchased additional linen out of this past fiscal year budget for the Warming Center because they ran out. So we assisted with that. In addition to doing laundry for that as well.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the FY21 actual versus the FY23 budget. And, I mean, even between the FY21 actual and FY22 adopted, the jump from 2.7 to 13.9 and then all the way up to 16 million and some change for FY23. What can you speak to? I mean, that's a fairly large increase to go from 2.7 million and some change to almost $14 million in a year. And I'm wondering what contributed to that stark jump.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. So the staffing, personnel, and benefits
Yes.
Were moved to the executive office, constituency service. So we continued, of course, to maintain the operation at the jail, and that was pretty much the 2.7 that we utilized during that fiscal year, and the additional staffing dollars hit the executive office budget. So that next year, last fiscal year, it was transferred back to DOC, which increased our numbers to 13.9 million, including the operating dollars.
Okay. And I understand that this is like a crash course for us to go over a lot of figures and details together. But I'm curious, would you say that the budget is in terms of a majority of the budget is the way that it is because of the personnel needed to handle the day-to-day bookings and staff on separate floors within ACDC?
Majority, yes, I would say that.
Are there any efficiencies on how you detain, book, and release people that can help reduce cost? Is there any way to do that? I mean, can we do things like combine the floors in which people are staying on? Because I know that you need separate people. If you book people on separate floors, you're obviously going to need staff on those floors. And my intention in asking this is not to displace any of these individuals from work, because I'm certain there's other, based on the skills we've heard, there's in the partnerships that are here, I'm sure that we would be very dedicated towards finding individuals, like positions in other departments or doing other work within the city. But I'm curious as to, is there an easier path to consolidating floors so we can cut down on personnel and reduce costs at this jail?
So no, they are basically classified based on certain charges, and also in addition there may be.
You mean the employees are classified?
I'm sorry.
You said the employees are classified?
Oh, I thought you were referring to the pods that we have.
Yes, I referred to that. Sorry, when you said employees classified, when you said classified, I thought you meant the employees were classified as in
the detainees classification level. And as I mentioned, even with the juvenile, we have to separate those.
I know based on age.
And if there's some type of mental challenge, we have to separate those. Females, males, we have to separate those. So we've basically consolidated it down to, as I mentioned, 4 pods that we use specifically, but sometimes, and I believe it occurred last week, where we have an overflow. Mm-hmm. And it may be something as simple as APD working a detail with other jurisdictions where we have an increase in arrests. So we would open up a 5th pod to accommodate those numbers as well.
Thank you. How many floors are we currently operating out of within the jail?
So
as of right now,
mainly the 3rd and 4th floor, and occasionally the 5th if we need that extra, if we have that overflow.
Okay. So, I mean, one of the things I wanted to understand was that if there were efficiencies on how we detain, book, and release, as I said, to reduce cost, and if there was a way to take those efficiencies and redirect them towards restorative justice initiatives, which in turn would help, in my opinion, with cut down on people that end up in prison for low-hanging offenses. I'm not talking about repeat offenders. I'm talking about the failure to appear. I'm talking about the traffic violations. I'm talking about people that are punished because of their quality of life circumstances that they typically don't have control over. Not that I'm putting any of that on you all. I'm trying to think of, like, how do we work together as a city to more efficiently spend these dollars to do things like reduce recidivism. So, I mean, these are obviously numbers that we can get into at a different, this is our first time really becoming introduced to one another. And I want you to know these questions come from a place of wanting to understand, and also understanding that corrections has also probably gotten a lot of mixed messaging from our prior mayor, and from saying we're going to close ACDC to where we are now. So you're probably doing the best you can with the direction there, or lack thereof. So I just hope that we can get a better understanding of the numbers, because I'm still very confused about how we need 108 sworn officers for an average of 40 or so people at night. But
Yes, ma'am.
I'll also write up a list of follow-up questions and follow up with you guys.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Councilmember Shook, followed by Councilmember Boone.
Thank you. What's driving the huge increase in overtime? What's driving the huge increase in requested overtime funding?
Well, as I mentioned, trying to fill that void at Grady where we lost that private security contract. I think that's the biggest void. We've also have struggled with attrition. As I mentioned, it was this past fiscal year at about 19, and prior to that is 23. So we're constantly, just like most departments, retention and recruiting is an ongoing challenge for us, especially with our starting pay before we received this last increase. So that's been the biggest driver, I believe, trying to fill those vacant positions and fill those critical post assignments. And also, I talked about a lot of the outside details. One of the legacy aspects of ACDC is going beyond the walls and helping in the community. But we have to have a team of officers to provide that service, especially if we're using inmate labor. There's a level of oversight that we have to maintain in agreement with the state, and of course, to ensure we're providing public safety for the community.
Where are your corrections officers leaving for in general?
I'm sorry?
Well, so the ones who are leaving, where in general do they tend to end up?
It's a variety. Some go to the private sector, some go to other facilities for better pay. A lot of correctional facilities now, just like PD, are offering a significant sign-in bonus. So some of our new officers will, move just for that reason. But it's the gamut.
All right, and then last request, and here's something that would help me kind of understand your staffing, who's doing what on any given day. So if there's some kind of graphic or descriptive thing you can give us that shows, all right, here's who's doing what across all three shifts, that would demystify a lot of this for me. So, but thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilmember Boone, followed by Norwood.
Chief Dancy and your team, thank you all so much for being visible, being professional, and the energy that you all exhibit every time I see you all, whether it's in Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, or Northwest. You all are always on the case, handling the business. Also, the work that you all do in the shelters, preparing those hundreds of meals, making sure that when we do open our cold winter shelters, you all are there, and also during the heat. Also, the supplies, hundreds of blankets and toothbrushes and toothpaste and just the kits that you all have gone out into the communities picking up the homeless. I really appreciate that. And just wanted to know how do you all handle the mentally ill when you all are confronted with the mentally ill? Do you send them to Grady? Do you have psychiatrists right there to handle those cases?
We do have a mental health provider at the jail that work in that space, but we also have a partnership with Grady and Emory psychiatric department, so they consistently assist in that space. But we do have personnel on site as well who work directly with those detainees, and of course know a lot of them because a lot of them are repeat offenders, but they have done a very good job with that.
So that program is successful?
Yes, ma'am. The lead person has done an outstanding job with that. And of course, our relationship with Grady has been very successful. They went virtual because of COVID, but we're about to start the in-person again. But it's been beneficial, yes, ma'am.
And your inmates get 3 meals a day plus snacks?
3 meals a day, yes, ma'am. And we provide
snacks?
additional when we can, absolutely.
Okay. Now, when you all are operating the shelters, how many meals a day do you all give the homeless when we're operating the shelters?
So it depends on how long is activated. So we consistently provide those meals as needed. So it varies. But our kitchen staff is 24/7. So we're available to provide that assistance, anytime.
Well, thank you again, Chief, and your entire team. We really enjoy seeing you all out and about in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Norwood, then Waits.
Thank you all, and I know that y'all have followed in Sheriff now Labatt's path in having people be productive while they're there. My question is this, and I know you can't probably provide it today, but I would like to know, starting the first of this administration, what are the offenses, not by individual, I understand privacy, but I would like to know the duration of stay and the offense of each person who's been in your care since the first of this administration. If y'all could please get that to me, I would be very grateful.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I wanted to know 2 things. What percentage of the facility is underutilized or unused? And the second question is, what percentage would you say of your population, I think you indicated 58, or homeless or listed as unhoused?
I would have to give you an exact number, do a deep dive on that. Obviously, there's a big population that's moving in and out of ACDC that's would fit that category. And as I mentioned, we are currently, to give you a breakdown, using 4, occasionally 5 pods, and we have a total of 22 in that facility. And of course, we have the diversion center component will, as it moves forward, will likely take up about 8,000 square foot of the little over 470,000 square footage space at the jail.
So would you say at least 50% of the building is not being utilized right now? Is that reasonable?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What would be your thoughts regarding converting this to some type of mixed-use facility to address homelessness and on-site drug treatment? Again, we've been talking about mental health services already, in addition to possibly housing the PAD facility to utilize the remainder of the facility for these types of services, in addition to what you're already doing. What are your thoughts on that?
So, with that space, one, of course, it would definitely pose a serious challenge with our ACA accreditation. Obviously, that's not the standard and best practice when you look across the country. And also some of the detention requirements that you have in that facility. So you want to make sure that's coming in and out vetted and no contrabands or anything that are being brought in. And so when you have individuals that are not charged, they would have the right to come in and leave, unlike, the other detainees. So I think that would pose a serious challenge. And of course, it was built and outfitted to be a jail. So is it conducive for that type of stay? I think that's an argument as well. I went to Houston with the team that was involved with the Virgin Center, looking at their concept. And one of the things that they mentioned is that you want to make sure that space to increase individuals to volunteer, that it's more of a environment that does not involve detention, but where you would have open windows and space to spread out and so forth. So I definitely understand the challenge with our homeless population and providing extra space, but I think it would be extremely, in my opinion, challenging to utilize the space at the jail for that.
Okay. I joined the team that went to Arizona, and my thoughts are, I think it's similar to what you indicated over in Houston. But I guess my question is this. One of the constituents came in yesterday and talked a lot about the fact that we continuously arrest and incarcerate individuals, and yet there's been no change in terms of numbers. And I guess my question is, what if we in Atlanta did something very different, something different from what anyone else has did in the country? What if we did, in fact, convert that particular facility to move away from detaining and incarcerating individuals to actually providing the services that they actually need? And this is not a critique. I certainly understand the purpose that you serve, and in fact, I believe it is necessary. But I do think that it's time for us to do something cutting edge in terms of figuring out how we truly serve individuals given the amount of cost that we're putting into that facility. In fact, I think you have 108 officers. What if they were providing these other types of alternative services? It's just a thought, and I'd love to work with you to have further conversations about how we can actually work to serve the population.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, anybody else with questions for Corrections Department? All right, Chief Dancy, I appreciate you and your team being up here. Obviously, a lot of just interest and just thought around the facility, but I appreciate all the work you're doing. And I echo Councilmember Boone's sentiments about, y'all have found a really nice way to partner with other user agencies internally and externally on much needed support for our community. So I appreciate the efforts you're doing that way. So, all right, thank you. All right, colleagues, we seem to be back on time again, which is great. So as they exit, we'll invite the Office of the Inspector General. Thank you again, to come up. I know there's handouts for us. Okay. Send them the digital. Did you send them the digital version of the presentation already, or? Okay. While we're waiting on our technical staff to get back here to load your presentation, since we have printed copies, why don't you go ahead and get started, and then hopefully they'll catch up with you once they get in here. Sorry.
Do we have no, the clicker for what? Okay.
There they come. But go ahead and if you want to go ahead and get started, introduce the team, and then maybe by then we'll get the presentation going.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Manigault, and I'm the City Inspector General. We're going to start today with ethics, but by way of introduction, I'm joined by the two deputies who are responsible for the Compliance Division and the Independent Procurement Review Division. That's Brad Garvey, furthest to the right, for Independent Procurement Review, Anthony Bennett to my immediate right for Compliance. And I'll turn it over to the City's Ethics Officer.
Good afternoon. Jabu Sangova, and I currently serve as a City Ethics Officer. And today I have with me Carlos Santiago, who serves as the Deputy Ethics Officer. We have our turn up? Okay. The ethics budget for this first part of the discussion. All right, in terms of summary of our current operations, so it just shows our key operational areas, and of course we are tasked with training, public education, financial disclosure, ethics advice, investigations and enforcement. And if you look at the two charts, you'll see that our budget trends are matching our headcount growth, and I'll talk some more about our headcount growth in the next few slides. All right, so the next slide actually captures our position count. So we had one unfunded position for fiscal year 22, which we're finishing up. However, we do expect to fill that in FY23 now that that position is being funded. So our next slide captures a summary of the 23 proposed budget, the FY23 budget proposed for the Ethics Division via the major account groups, which is coming up to just under $1.7 million. And I will speak more about our budgetary needs on the next slide. So the next slide captures our personnel and operational expenses for fiscal year 23. So for personnel, I'll just let you know that the change includes reclassifying one existing position, again, filling a vacant position, an ethics advisor position, and creating two new positions to support some of our critical programs. Our major contracts and agreements remain the same. For the employee hotline, our e-learning applications, the e-file system, as well as our websites. Other operational expenses, of course, just as standard office supplies, technology, and professional service. Now, we are seeking additional funding, and this is really critical, for to acquire software for the auditing of disclosure forms. We started that program about 3 years, and that continues something that we continue to build, as well as ethics training. As far as our key metrics for FY23, for ethics training, we continue to develop and launch additional phases of our ethics e-learning courses. One of the things is that we were successfully able to train over 6,200 employees in FY22. And we're also focused on other unique training opportunities and returning to in-person training. We continue to engage in different educational initiatives through our newsletter and messaging. As far as financial disclosure, we would hope to enhance and improve our ethics e-file system because that is a key component of city law. Continue the auditing of our disclosure statements and hoping to acquire software to assist with identifying red flags or potential conflicts. And finally, for staffing, which I already talked about, establish and fill 2 new positions, and which will hopefully help to support our programs. All right, so on the final last slide for ethics, I cannot stress again enough that an established ethics program such as ours only serves to benefit the city and the citizens of Atlanta. Ethics training does promote awareness, which helps prevent ethical misconduct. Since our last training efforts, we've definitely seen increased questions and inquiries to our office, there's more of awareness, which is why training is always so important. The disclosure process promotes transparency because the public can review potential business interests, employment, and financial transactions of officials and employees. That is not a feature that's available in every jurisdiction, so it's important to have that open and transparent process. Ethics advice provides officials, employees, and vendors with clear and consistent guidance to make objective, ethical decisions. And finally, we appreciate the administration and City Council's budgetary support. But more importantly, we hope that we will continue to get the support we need to stay at the level and really in terms of best practices in the city, in the nation. And I'm also grateful for the staff and their continued support and dedication. And that ends my segment. I'll turn it over to Ms. Manigault.
Okay. This first slide captures the division's highlights from this fiscal year. The image on the left depicts the Compliance Division, which of course is the newest of the 3 divisions of the Office of the Inspector General, and the one that was created in whole from the legislation that formed the office. As suggested by the image, fiscal year 22 was a building year for the division as we had to start the program from scratch. This means we had to secure permanent physical office space. We were engaged in establishing internal procedures, building a website, creating a social media presence, establishing ties with stakeholders both in and outside of city government, and the acquiring of resources for our investigations. Everything from access to city databases to access to a photocopier, which is still in the works, supposed to be delivered to our new space next week. The image on the right, of course, reflects the Independent Procurement Review Division. This is one example of the many IPRO reports that have been issued this fiscal year. When the IPRO unit was created by this council, it was initially housed within the City Auditor's Office. And with the creation of the Office of the Inspector General, IPRO became one of its divisions, formally transitioning to the OIG in fiscal year 22. This fiscal year, we maintain the standards and testing systems that were established by audit, conducting thorough reviews of city solicitations for contracts with an aggregate value above $1 million, and reporting our findings to the Council for consideration as you weigh these prospective contracts. Slide 10 reflects the current operations of both divisions. The budget trends charts the general fund funding for the divisions. And headcount-wise, this fiscal year 23 budget reflects the addition of 1 new position in compliance and 1 new position for IPRO. For compliance, that position is a Director of Information and Outreach, a hybrid role that will include responsibility both for the broad communication support for the division, as well as outreach and education both for the public and within the City of Atlanta government. For IPRO, it's another Independent Procurement Review Officer on the team to increase our capacity. Finally, the slide reflects the main operational areas for each division and the accompanying metrics for each of those areas. For compliance, those are investigation and prevention functions, and for IPRO, it's solicitation review. Slide 11 shows the fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 position counts. You'll notice that there are 2 current vacancies in compliance. Just to note, both of these positions had been filled, but they were both recently vacated by employees who have left the City of Atlanta service to pursue other opportunities. Slide 12 details the budget for each division. For each division, the operating expenses have remained flat, same for fiscal year 22. And as I stated, the personnel increases reflect the addition of 1 position for each division. I just note that each of the divisions is split funded. For compliance, it's general fund for 70%, 15% each for wastewater and aviation. For IPRO, the general fund accounts for 25% of the funding and 25% for wastewater and 50% for aviation. Slide 13 reflects both some of the goals and results from fiscal year 22 that I mentioned before, and also our intentions for fiscal year 23. For IPRO, our goal, as always, is to keep pace with the Department of Procurement as solicitations proceed to Council. That pace has increased each year, and this year is no different. During this presentation last year, for this side, I included that there were 29 reports issued to date in the fiscal year. This year, there are 40. And what we know from our communications with the Department of Procurement, that rate is only set to increase. This highlights the importance of the funding that we have received from the administration to provide for the additional iPro officer. For compliance, the division was not fully staffed, and so investigations really only began in earnest in fiscal year 22. We've completed and closed 8 investigations and have 32 matters in the pipeline. We've also just begun to conduct anti-corruption training. We began with one department, the Department of Customer Service, so that it's targeted training. We've completed 10 trainings with that unit, and we'll complete the last tomorrow, actually. We'll transition to our next department early next month and endeavor to cover the rest of the city in the next fiscal year. Where possible, we like to conduct these trainings live because there's no equal to the live interaction when discussing these possible scenarios and corruption hazards. But we will also conduct the trainings via video conference as necessary, and indeed, that's what we did with the Department of Customer Service. Slide 14 shows our plan for intended spending for the divisions. The operating budget you'll see for iPro is small given the size and nature of the responsibilities of the office, and much of the operational budget will focus on training and certifications for iPro officers. For compliance, the large portion of the funds will focus on a public awareness campaign. Some of you might remember we actually secured funding for that last fiscal year, but the procurement process is still underway, so we hope to secure the marketing firm as early as possible in fiscal year 23. The investment in this campaign should pay dividends. Raising public awareness for this office is targeted towards 2 ends. First is letting members of the public know that the office exists because they're consumers of city services, and as such are witnesses to potential misconduct from both city employees and city vendors. And that's important because studies show that while employees are the leading source of detection of fraud within organizations, customers are the second leading. And here, the members of the public then are the city's customers. But perhaps even more importantly, this council formed the Office of the Inspector General upon the recommendation of the Task Force for the Promotion of Public Trust. And the idea there was that the mere existence of the office, not only its investigative work and the accountability that that would generate and also the deterrence that that would generate, but the mere existence of the office would help bolster the public's faith in city government. With this, the public awareness campaign and also that new position for the Director of Information and Outreach is essential because if no one knows that this office our program objectives and benefits. For compliance, we focus on investigation and prevention. Investigations help identify not only individual misconduct, but systemic issues that need to be addressed in order to mitigate corruption. From the investigations, we begin to hold those who have engaged in misconduct accountable, allowing the city to pursue disciplinary action. And where we find that there's criminal misconduct, we work with prosecutors to see that those individuals are prosecuted, also including circumstances where judgments might result in financial recoveries to the city. Training and recommendations for reform are at the foundation of our preventative efforts. During training, we highlight pitfalls to avoid and make sure that employees know what they should and shouldn't be doing. And by making policy and procedure recommendations, we try to actively address corruption hazards. With these efforts, the Compliance Division is seeking to prevent losses to the city before they occur. And for iPro, finally program-wise, like last year, we hope that the addition of the position of an iPro will enhance our capacity so that we can better conduct the mandatory reviews, those with the contract value aggregated more than $1 million. But we also want to increase our capacity to conduct the reviews that are also contemplated by the Charter, where we've identified that they propose a risk to the city, a potential corruption risk to the city. Like Ms. Ngova, I'd like to thank the administration and the council for all of your support as we've launched this office, both informing the office in general, but also the budgetary support that was spent last year and also anticipated for this year. Thank you very much, and with that, we are all happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, I'll entertain questions from my colleagues. First up is Councilmember Hillis, followed by Shuck.
Thank you, Chairman Warren. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm not on FEC, so maybe I don't know this, but does the OIG report regularly to the Finance Executive Committee?
It does not.
Okay.
But I understand from my monitoring of the Committee on Council hearings that one of the requests for the agenda for the committee was that there be more than the annual compliance report, which we do submit to the Council. And to the extent that the Committee on Council would like to hear certainly from the Compliance Division and the Independent Procurement Review Division, I'm happy to talk about as much as you would like to hear about the division's work.
Yeah. Well, I've got the two chairs here, so I don't know if y'all... the OIG oversees the whole city, not just the city council, so it might be more appropriate for them to report to FEC. I don't know, but that's something we'll look into. And I know you touched on some of them in your presentation, and there's kind of scattered throughout in the goals and objectives, but most of the presenters, the departments, provide performance metrics. That's something I'll use ACRB, which is coming up here. 2 more presentations, for example. I'd like to see some performance metrics of this, fairly new department. You can look at ACRBs, number of complaints received, dismissals, number of investigative days, the sustained rate of the complaints, cases closed, et cetera. So
yes.
If you could please provide that.
Happy to do that. One of the shortcomings of being a brand new office is that even for all of those from my experience from my prior office where, kind of complaint opens and closings, the intake, all of that is still in some ways in flux as we are still gathering access, keeping track and tabs of things, investigations that kind of go along. But yes, I'm happy to share all the information that we've assembled.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Shook, followed by Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you. Madam Inspector General, when did you arrive here?
January 2021.
Okay. It's nice to have you. So these functions are all, critical to this organization, critical for us. It was formed, by amalgamating several existing functions with a new function. And although Ms. Overstreet may have a kinder, warmer, gentler memory of that, it was not much fun for yours truly. So now that everyone's kind of together under one roof now, are there any salaries that are out of line with one another across similar or the same activities?
Yes, there are some disparities that, if there was room in the budget, it would be wonderful if those disparities were addressed. Specifically, the Office of the Inspector General Investigators perform a very unique function within the city. It's not like other city investigators. If I had to pick the kind of closest analog within the city, it would be to the city auditor's office, which actually uses the same tagline that we do within compliance, looking to address fraud, waste, and abuse. There are, within the city auditor's office, 3 levels of auditor, and there are 3 levels of investigator within the city. But the highest level of investigator is lower than the lowest grade for the city's auditor's office, and I would love to see more parity there. I would also, and to me, I see that as kind of just a correction. It's a brand new division, and so it's not really kind of a great adjustment just looking for increased salary. It's putting those positions to where they could have been in the first instance. It's also making sure that each of the 2 deputies for the respective divisions are treated comparably.
Have you had the opportunity to price that out?
Yes, it would take another roughly $225,000 in order to make all of those adjustments, and that is for adjusting actually 8 separate positions between the 2 divisions.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you, Chair Wan, and I'm glad Councilmember Shook got the party started with that conversation, because that's exactly where I wanted to go. I was actually the sponsor of the legislation that created the task force for public trust. And out of that, as you mentioned, came our Office of Inspector General. And, you know, through our painstakingly long and many meetings, Councilmember Howard Shook, Jennifer Ide, and I hammered it, as well as, you know, all of our supporting cast, everyone from the administration and the law department really did land in a great area to get our department started. We knew that in doing so that we wouldn't know fully if we got it right on year one, especially, you know, budgetarily and staffing. Like, we knew that. We only knew that we were correct in the way that we set it up. So here we are, you know, a couple years later, and I think this is the time to absolutely address the parities that we just spoke about. And even in your presentation, you can see exactly how we could lose someone that's desperately needed, because you all are staffed in, I think, a skeletal way. It's not a lot of extra bodies walking around doing extra things. Everyone has a specific assignment that has to be done. So the salaries really need to be complementary so that we're not losing anyone and having to bring someone else up to speed only to lose them again as soon as they find, you know, $5,000 more somewhere else that doing the same thing. So for that reason, I do appreciate that you know exactly where those dollars should be and what the numbers could possibly be, and I've already started having those conversations because of the information that I acquired from your team and you, and I think that we are in the right place, and I settled on somewhere around $300,000 to really shore the department up. So that's what my budget ask will be, and I think that I do have support in that from colleagues. I believe in what you're doing. I believe that we are in the right space in this department. And I just want to make sure that the equity is there in compensating everyone, as well as keeping all of our processes in place. So thank you for coming on board and really diving in and doing the work that we knew we needed, but now we are, full-fledged doing what we set out to do, and that is to stand up this new office. So thank you for your presentation. I hear you, and I will be definitely advocating for $300,000 to be added to your budget.
Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Hello, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Real quick, how many employees did you say you had in your office currently?
So there are currently 8 within the compliance division, so there are 2 vacancies. And then there are...
Could you start again? For some reason, doors decided to open and close at that exact moment, and I heard nothing.
Sure. There are 8 within the compliance division. There are 2 vacancies. I think one that's posted probably tomorrow, and one that it just closed, where we're going to begin interviews. And then within the compliance division, within the IPRO division, there are 4. And so we're getting 1 additional position with the funding that's already been detailed within fiscal year 23 budget.
Well, I have to say, given I'm very grateful to Councilmember Shook and Overstreet for investing and helping y'all get started. I think with the administration and I believe Council's commitment, very vocal commitment actually, over the past few months to ethics and transparency, that I'd have to back Councilmember Overstreet and say that additional financing, I'm also committed to helping find the $300,000. Certainly if we can assign 108 officers to man a 40-person jail, then I'm certain that we can find $300,000 to go towards ethics and transparency for an ever-growing city, because as I see it now, y'all have a rather impossible task in front of you to to do this work on such limited budget and with limited staff. So you definitely have an advocate in me. And I think, just Councilmember Hillis's question, we could easily, I think, write something up to ask you all for quarterly debriefs, just so that we're better informed to either FEC or Committee on Council or even CDHS, wherever it falls. But we would be able to do that, correct? Apparently, I will. Yeah. Co-speaks to this, and Chairman Wan is, his head's about to fly off his shoulders. He's nodding so hard, so I'm guessing that's a yes. So I'm sure we can figure that out. But thank you all very much for the work that you do.
Two things. Snap with your comment, and then you want to support him? Well, I want to support him too, okay? All right, Councilmember Boone, and then I got some questions.
Yes, thank you all so much for your fine work. Question, anti-corruption training, is that throughout all of the departments?
Yes. So the way that we've been approaching it, and this is specifically the training targeted for compliance division, this is, bringing in the new anti-corruption, not to be confused with the existing ethics training that has been citywide for forever. We have been rolling out department by department because we try as much as possible to target the trainings so that each individual employee can more readily relate to the scenarios that we're discussing. So we began with the Department of Customer Service. I've had conversations with Department of Transportation for that to be the next department, and then we'll be rolling them out department by department. As each of the investigators on the compliance division team have begun giving these trainings and gotten accustomed to it, we'll be able to cover more ground more quickly, because we'd like to try to get to as many people as quickly as possible and then repeat this over time.
I really would like for you all to create a pamphlet for folks in the field so that they know that taking water from work, traveling in your city vehicle on non-city time to non-city places, supplies from work, because I'm not sure if they know, if they really, really know that this is not permissible. So just something simple, a flyer that looks friendly. These are things that are not proper, and it should be handed out and emailed to every single city employee. I love that anti-corruption training. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will do that. I think
that is really great. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good supplement to some of the works that ethics have been doing, same kind of outreach to the city employees. Right. Thank you.
I have a couple just more technical questions for y'all. I guess, first of all, just can y'all help me understand the rationale behind the allocation methodology for ethics, compliance, and iPro between the three funds? It's not readily apparent.
Are you referring to the general fund and wastewater and aviation
exactly.
allocation?
Mm-hmm.
So we receive a 70%. Ethics receives 70% for general fund, 15% from wastewater, and 15% from aviation, based on citywide functions. But we primarily use more of the general fund for most of our operational expenses and personnel.
So city, and I'm going to ask the same question about the other two as well, but citywide functions based on what? I mean, I guess...
So, for example, ethics training would be one. Financial disclosure would be one, because you have over 3,000 filings each year. Training, we just mentioned how that's citywide. So these are all just some of the citywide functions.
So, okay, I understand. So, because I would have thought headcount might be a way and a good approximation, because, but you're saying that there are, in addition to headcount distribution, there are some functions that are citywide that are then covered by the general fund and not necessarily by an enterprise fund. Is that?
Well, would be covered by all three funds.
Okay.
Yes.
So is the 70-15-15 close to headcount distribution? Like, I don't know where our numbers are as of today, but is that pretty close? I feel like it's more evenly split. Maybe that's a finance question. CFO Baldino, the employee headcount split between general, aviation, and watershed?
Budget book. So if you look at, I have them rolled up together for both OIG and ethics functions, but you'll see that 15 total FTEs are assigned to general fund.
No, I'm talking about overall, entire city. Of our 10,000 positions, what is the split between general fund, aviation, and watershed? Is it 70, 15, 15?
That is roughly about right, because with watershed's about 1,600 FTE filled. Aviation's a little less than that, but if they're basing it based on certain classifications and up, it could come down to that 17, 15, 15, and we've talked about taking, continuous looks at that on a more regular basis to.
No, that's. I mean, I wasn't here when this was set up, so I was just curious as to what that approach was. But then iPro is different. So what's the logic behind that?
With iPro, it's actually easier. It's very clean because we are able to look at the actual solicitation reviews. So last year at this time, I took stock of all of the solicitation reviews conducted by iPro, and the numbers came out pretty close to our funding. So it was just south of 50% of the work represented aviation, just south of 25% for wastewater, and then the remainder for general fund. So we decided to split the funding for the division accordingly.
How often should that be recalibrated, though? Because I'm thinking you're taking a snapshot out of 1 year and taking a look at it and comparing, but conceivably, after May 24th, we might see another surge in activity in terms of from the bond projects, right? So is iPro based on contract or procurement quantity or dollar amount?
So that analysis was based on the actual solicitations as opposed to dollar amount.
Okay.
We also kind of keep an eye on dollar amount because ultimately the work that we do for each individual review really doesn't turn so much on the value of the contract, though for those larger contracts often more competition. And so, but we find that the solicitation reviews are a good proxy there. And I think probably the best approach would be to continue to look historically from the inception and then do a year-on-year to check to make sure that the numbers are correct.
Okay. Yeah, I would advocate for that because, again, I think our activity shifts from year to year based on, things that are happening at any one of in the funds. In terms of the solicitation review, the mandatory ones on greater than $1 million, is there a mechanism by which if in a contract with all of the subsequent amendments and changes bumps it from below $1 million to over $1 million, that automatically triggers a review?
It's a great question. The answer to that is no, but it's something that we are considering as part of the discretionary reviews. So trying to see both the categories of additional contracts that pose a risk, but also those areas that aren't part of the net, and that would include task orders and the contracts that at this point go through third parties. These are all things that we're considering that as soon as we have the capacity to branch out, we will look for the kind of appropriate way to approach those.
Is that $1 million threshold, is that just an internal policy set, or was that set through legislation?
It's established in the charter.
Okay, so if we wanted, and I'm in conjunction with kind of upping your capacity and then, making sure that you can retain your employees through the appropriate compensation or other benefit adjustments. You'd be open to us kind of tacking that on as well in terms of, the reason I'm asking is I've long been a critic of us doing one quick procurement. It's one thing, and then by the time 3-5 years later, we've added so much to it that it's a completely different contract. And I just want to make sure that we have a way of going back and doing all the checks and balances on that at some point when it grows and becomes something that it wasn't at the initial solicitation.
Right now, there is enough flexibility within the charter. It really does give the division the discretion to look at all other contracts, and so we would be able to approach that scenario as well.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the work y'all are doing. I was very excited kind of on the civilian side when I saw this move through, and I'm hoping to, as Councilmember Overstreet suggested, I'm hoping to be able to pick up the baton where my predecessor, Jennifer Ide, left it to help champion for y'all as well. I appreciate the homework that you've done in terms of what you feel like your department needs to be successful. We've always said, and we say it not within this context, but we often say a budget reflects what the city's values are. And so if this is something we value, then I think our budget should reflect that as well. So with that, any other questions from my colleagues for, yes, President Shipman.
Just one question. We've had a lot of discussion about boards and commissions. Am I correct that there's still 2 vacancies on the governing board? Is that correct?
Correct.
And one is a Gates City Bar appointee and one is a Metro Chamber appointee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. We'll try to do our best to make sure that those are filled in a timely manner so you have a full participation. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, thank you again for you and your entire department for all the important work that you do, and hopefully you'll be hearing from one of us in terms of next steps. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, colleagues, so with that, as they step down, we're going to invite the Office of the Auditor up for their presentation next. And colleagues, as they are walking up, we are on page 405 of your budget book. Ms. Noble, do you have hard copies of the presentation? Okay. They're coming around. She's coming to get it. Thank you. Ms. Noble, first of all, congratulations on your reappointment. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with a presentation from the City Auditor's Office. If you'll make sure you introduce your colleague. Introduce your colleague, we'll go ahead and feel free to get started.
Oh, thank you. Is that better? Okay. I'm Amanda Noble, City Auditor. I'm here with Deputy City Auditor Stephanie Jackson to brief you on our proposed FY23 budget. Okay, this first slide shows our organizational chart. It reflects a reorganization that we started in February to enhance employee retention and are completing with actions in the personnel paper that accompanies this budget. We assigned a senior auditor as a methodologist to provide specialized technical skills as a resource for all teams. We reimagined the role of the performance audit manager and are creating a new performance audit supervisor classification. So each performance audit team comprises a supervisor and 3 auditors. Our intent with this reorganization is to retain specialized skills, develop a clear career path, and promote professional development. This slide shows our FY22 highlights. Our core functions are conducting performance audits to support legislative oversight and public accountability, making recommendations to management that will foster improvements in effectiveness of results, efficiency of operations, risk management, compliance, and controls, and assisting the audit committee in its oversight of the city's annual financial audit and its coordination of all internal and external audit activities as required by city charter. In fiscal year 22, we completed 10 performance audits listed here. The audits of Extra Help and Department of Watershed Management, Inventory and Fixed Assets will be publicly released after Audit Committee approval in June. We worked with the Mayor's Office of Innovation and Performance and AIM to implement a system to facilitate real-time tracking and reporting on the status of audit recommendations. We held 2 town hall meetings in November and December 2021 and met individually with departments to train business owners how to request status updates regarding their audit recommendations and upload supporting documents. We've closed approximately 1/4 of the recommendations open through the 3rd quarter of fiscal year 22, with about 70% of those implemented. The system includes a publicly available interactive dashboard to report the status of recommendations, and we've specifically in our reorganization dedicated resources to follow up. Our continuous audit program leverages technology to test controls and identify potential red flags in transactions as or soon after they occur. We have 3 main goals for our continuous audit program. First, to clean up access in Oracle ATL Cloud, which is well underway. Second, to detect and review red flags promptly. And third, to provide input to audit planning, both for the annual audit plan and for individual audit engagements. To this end, we both support and monitor departmental investigators in monthly reviews of segregation of duties, sensitive access, and transactional monitoring reports. This slide shows our budget and headcount trend over the past few years, which has been stable. The reduction in headcount last year reflected the transfer of IPRO positions to the Office of Inspector General. Our expenses and personnel are split funded. In the current fiscal year, our overall expenses are 51% funded through the general fund and about 24% each in aviation watershed funds. Our key operational areas, as I said earlier, our audit committee, which includes managing the contract for external financial audit, conducting performance audits, following up on audit recommendations, and our continuous audit program. We track the number of reports released, the average staff hours per audit, recommendation agreement rate, number of recommendations closed, and the percent of closed recommendations implemented. And these figures are in the budget overview, which I think you have the current overview in your packet, and I passed them out with the presentation slides. The printed book inadvertently included last year's. Our proposed FY23 budget is about $3.8 million, a 3.6% reduction from this year's adopted budget. The reduction is in the enterprise funds. Our proposed budget is 54% general fund and 23% each in the airport and water funds. Looking more closely at our general fund allocation, in the proposed FY23 budget, our biggest expense is personnel and employee benefits. 68% of our personnel expenses are paid from the general fund. We match our audit effort to the allocation. We annually do a true-up at the end of the year as part of the indirect cost allocation, and if more hours need to be allocated to enterprise or general fund, we fix that then. We're budgeting about $558,000 for contracted services, with most of that for the external financial audit. We're currently authorized 17 positions, and all are currently filled. We are adding 1 additional position in the budget to enable us to respond more promptly to City Council and management requests. With the additional resources and reorganization, we also expect to release 12 audit reports, up from our goal of 10, and to dedicate more time to following up on open audit recommendations. These are our key metrics. As I said, we're increasing the number of audits from 10 to 12. Plan to reduce the backlog of open audit recommendations and finish data cleanup on continuous audit and create a dashboard for continuous audit to report results. And this final slide reiterates our goals for our reorganization and our contracts. We'd be happy to answer questions.
All right, questions from my colleagues. Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Noble, for the presentation. So number one, I'm glad to see the number of audits increasing from 10 to 12. is there a cost associated with that? For each audit, you increase a number?
Well, we haven't calculated the cost. We could. I mean, it's mostly staff time, so we take our total staff and divide by the number of audits. So,
yeah. Just related to that, we're looking at the performance metrics. Since FY20, we've increased, or you propose to increase the number of audits from up 30%, from 9 to 12. But then the average staff hours per audit has went down 20% from almost 2,100 to 1,600. So do you feel that we're losing, or are we not digging as deeper? Are we losing quality on the audit reports, or how are we decreasing those staff hours per audit by 20%?
well, I mean, my goal is to decrease the staff hours more. We haven't calculated what they are this year. They're still too high. We have implemented some audit software that is helping us streamline processes, and our reorganization is also intended to standardize to be more efficient with our hours, because, as I said, most of our budget is staff time. So the best way for us to provide efficient, effective audits is to rein in the number of hours per audit. And then scope also affects that. If we do some really broad scoped audits, they're going to take more time.
Right. So again, glad to see the number increasing from 10 to 12, but let's say, this body has a desire to take that to, 15. I would just like to see what the cost associated with adding, one audit per year, which you would propose that would be.
It would probably be 3 additional auditors, but
3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your final page, create a continuous audit dashboard. What would that look like?
Well, I think we showed the measures here. We are currently reviewing monthly 49 segregation of duties, conflict pairs, and then access to sensitive information. And then there's 25 specific transactional types that we look at. And so we would show the number of anomalies flagged in a month, and then the number resolved, and probably how, either through some kind of control or access change, or whether or not the risk was accepted by the department.
Well, I'm excited to get final passage of the charter amendment that's going through that would require additional reporting responsibilities regarding the follow-ups, which has always kind of haunted me. You guys will put out a work product. It'll create quite a stir. We'll see that the administration cheerfully agrees with everything, and it'll all be done by St. Swithin's Day. And then the follow-up stuff is really kind of where the rubber meets the road. So excited for that. As always, I'll toss my annual bouquet to you and your team. Your work is just, I don't know how prior councils got anything done without the services you provide, so thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Cut that and save it for your real tape going forward. Your allocation methodology, 50, 25, 25, what's the rationale for that?
The financial audit is split into thirds, and it's based on spending. Mm-hmm. And then our personnel and other allocations, so supplies, consumables that are sort of based on our head count, we set. And we set it at 68% general fund, 16% each, which is about, one audit in watershed, one in.
Gotcha. Okay. So they're kind of blended that makes it come out to 50, 25, 25.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then, as I said, we do true up the allocation at the end of the year. We try to budget to match our audit effort to the allocation, but when an audit takes longer than we expected, so, this year, for example, we definitely have more hours in aviation and watershed, and that'll be reflected when we do the true-up as part of the indirect cost allocation.
Gotcha. Okay. This is more of a radical thought. exercise going forward. One of the things that I explored with one of your predecessors was this notion of not making these particular, what should be independent functions, subject to the annual budgeting process, but fixing it to something so that it's guaranteed, and as the city grows or contracts, I mean, you can expect that. So it might be based on our budget, it might be based on headcount, it might be based on a different metric, but at least that way, kind of to Councilmember Hillis's point, as the city grows and there's more activity, you get these increases so that you can perform more reports and audits. I would suggest that might be applicable to the presentations before you, that just came before you as well, is that way we're not subject to the annual process, given how important that is. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or if there are other benchmarks that we might look to in terms of other best practices.
There are several jurisdictions that do have their budget amount set as either a floor or a ceiling based on percentage of either spending or a general fund. And in areas where the government is growing rapidly, that makes a lot of sense. I think the Association of Local Government Auditors model legislation provides that as an option, but it is still relatively few jurisdictions do that.
Okay. Yeah, it's again not advocating it for this year or next year, but it's just an interesting exercise. So I look forward to continuing to maybe explore that with you as we go forward. Any other questions from my colleagues, for Ms. Noble or her team? All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your work and your presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay. Folks, we got 7 minutes. We can take a quick break and then reconvene at 3 o'clock for the Citizens Review Board. right, we are back with our final hearing of the afternoon. I am happy to welcome the Atlanta Citizens Review Board for its annual presentation of the FY23 proposed budget review. So with that, I'll go ahead and just turn it over to you and your team to introduce yourselves and then walk us through your presentation.
Oh, thank you. I thought it was okay. You guys want me to start over? No, I'm just kidding. Because we know it only takes one incident to blow things up like the powder keg, as we witnessed with the George Floyd incident. We have been working hard to increase citizen awareness of the agency so citizens will know they have a place to file complaints and have their concerns seriously evaluated. We have been collaborating with the community partners and the APD to develop more proactive solutions to get ahead of issues and concerns related to police officer misconduct and officer interactions. During this budget presentation, I will highlight some of our work during FY22, speak to the proposed budget and why additional funding is needed to increase our service levels, enhance programs, and fulfill the intended mission of the ordinance. We go to slide 2. As seen on slide 2, FY22 was another busy year for the agency. As the city began to reopen, we increased awareness of the agency through several initiatives, direct community engagement, media interviews, panel discussions, and presentations. Among the highlights of the year were as follows: received and assessed 129 complaints, completed 63 full investigations. The board adjudicated 33 complaints containing 3,108 pages of investigative documents, and the board fully or partially sustained 54% of the complaints it received. It participated in the Atlanta Police Leadership Institute program, conducted 154 outreach activities. The board held 11 virtual monthly board meetings and 3 special call meetings. And from month to month, the board attendance was 100%, which speaks to their dedication to the ACRB mission and its work. We also implemented an Educators Fellows Program to educate Atlanta public school students on police interactions. And we filled one of our 18 to 30-year-old board seats. On slide 3, you have the organizational chart, which shows the agency's structure. However, I would like to note that this structure is not the ideal structure for the agency's work. The organizational chart does not show the 2 positions that are currently unfunded, which I will speak to later in the presentation. The agency consists of a citizen board and city staff. The board has an authorized strength of 15 members, and the board is led by mayoral appointee Tracy McDaniel, and the board's primary responsibility is adjudicating completed investigations. The executive director reports to the board. The city staff handles the day-to-day operations, which includes direct citizen contact, receiving, investigating, mediating citizen complaints, and conducting community engagement and education. On slide 4, you'll notice that the ACRB is authorized for 14 FTEs. However, 2 of the 14 positions have not been funded. Those are the deputy director positions. We have things that we need to do with the agency, but we cannot do them without additional funding for those positions. While many new oversight agencies across the nation have started with adequate funding and organizational structure out of the gate, this agency has had to continue to play catch up with this funding by requesting funds each year for the past decade to attempt to meet the authority that was granted in 2007 when a $250,000 budget and a staff of 4 was provided for this critical work. The investigative model is most effective when it is organized as a hierarchical structure where proper alignments and controls are in place to efficiently do the work. Since I started in 2012 with the agency, every year I've been pushing to get enough personnel to meet the needs of the community and the agency's authority. We go to slide 5. As you can see from the slide, the budget for FY23 remains flat, and the FT count is 14, which I mentioned earlier. However, those 2 deputy positions that I mentioned are critical executive level positions that remain unfunded. The agency's operational areas include investigations, mediations, board operations, and community education engagement. Our key metrics include received complaints and investigated complaints, APD chief's percentage of discipline on ACRB sustained complaints, number of board determinations, number of sustained complaints, number of community engagement activities. Slide 6. The proposed budget presented by Finance is $1,422,060, which includes the following. The bulk of our budget is for personnel. Our purchase services, contract services allow the agency to conduct community outreach and pursue proactive initiatives. It also includes training and development and agency advertisement. It allows the agency to fill the gaps where we do not have personnel to complete the necessary functions. While the proposed budget does not indicate the funding in the capital outlays for the ACRB's move to more suitable space to accommodate the employees and our activities, after 15 years of being on the 9th floor of the tower, we may need to move some of our contracted services funding to cover the cost of refreshing the new space that has not been accounted for in the FY23 budget. We'll be moving to the first floor City Hall Tower that is currently occupied by Dean. My latest estimation is later this year. In the end, while we are appreciative that we did not lose funding, we believe that the proposed budget is not adequate for what we are trying to do as an agency for the citizens of Atlanta. We will discuss our approach to our funding needs on the next slide. Slide 7. As you will notice from the table, a critical portion of this additional funding request is a mere increase of $65,000 in personnel for employee retention and deputy director promotions for key members of the agency. However, to fully fund all 14 positions, we really need $200,000 in additional funding in the personnel line to complete our reorganization and fully backfill the vacant positions that will result from the proposed promotions. This is important because the agency continues to operate without the organizational structure of an executive level support for the executive director. No deputy director or assistant director. I cannot think of any other city department where there is no executive level support in the form of a deputy or assistant director or commissioner or chief of staff. The agency also faces retention challenges like many departments. We recently lost one of our high-performing investigators to a new oversight agency in Salt Lake City, Utah. We simply could not compete with their offer because they doubled her salary, her ACRB salary, above their advertised salary to ensure that she would accept the position because of her work experience with the ACRB. Due to our personnel budget constraints, we couldn't even make a reasonable counteroffer. Our staff is constantly approached with opportunities from other oversight agencies because of our experience and because of the growth of the oversight throughout the nation. As you'll see on the table, the request also includes an additional $206,000 to enhance our operations with the following: increasing board members' stipends from $50 to $100, which was originally proposed by former Councilmember C.T. Martin. I want to note that our board members read and evaluate on average 230-plus pages a month as homework to prepare for the complaint investigation reviews, which makes them the hardest-working volunteer board in the city. We're constantly under the threat of losing board members and challenged with finding citizens who will serve on the board due to the amount of work and time required to be an effective board member. The request that I just mentioned also includes funding for contractors for board training, community surveys, the legal analysts, continuation of the Educators Fellows Program. And I want to just speak briefly about that. Our Educators Fellows Program, where we partner with Mercer University, Morehouse College, and Atlanta Public Schools, was created to provide a police interaction curriculum to APS students, and is only possible with the additional funding for its continuation. We believe that educating youth on their rights and responsibilities and their ability to receive help when they believe they have been wronged by an officer is one of the best ways to create a sense of being a valued citizen in our community. The program was created after the George Floyd and Rayshard Brooks deaths and those associated protests. As mentioned previously, these initiatives are needed to supplement the work of our limited staff. And lastly, the case management system expansion is needed to provide additional agency transparency to the public. When we go to slide 8, the key metrics for FY22 show that the ACRB received 129 complaints and completed 63 investigations, while the board sustained 37 of those allegations, which equated to 54% of the investigated complaints being sustained or partially sustained. By the end of 2021, the APD had not provided final responses to the ACRB sustained allegations. This is an issue that must be resolved because it strikes to the heart of citizens' perceptions that the city is not serious about addressing citizen complaints against police officers. By contrast, the APD agreed with 71% of the ACRB sustained allegations at the end of 2020, the year of the protests. And lastly, as it relates to metrics, the ACRB participated in the 154 community events over the past year. So looking at slide 9, which provides our basic plan of operations, we will continue to provide the best civilian oversight in the nation by building our efforts to increase community awareness of the agency, reducing investigative timelines, and bringing innovative programs for the citizens of Atlanta. We will also increase training opportunities for board and staff. With the addition of the 2 new hires that we're in the process of hiring, we will increase our direct community engagement activities. Proactive work involving trends analysis and reporting and policy and training recommendations will also increase. We plan to continue to collaborate with the APD, academia, legal community, and community groups and individuals to ensure that the needs of the community are being addressed in an efficient and effective manner. Slide 10, which is our last slide, where we discuss key deliverables. Responsiveness runs throughout the operational areas. Under Key Program 1, the agency will continue to provide thoroughly and timely investigations and public reporting. Under our second key program, the agency will continue to work to make the board operate more efficiently and increase training opportunities for board members. Lastly, under the third key program, we will continue to build awareness of the agency and increase citizens' accessibility to agency services. With that, I will conclude my FY23 budget presentation. I want to thank City Council and Mayor Dickens and his administration for your continued support of the agency's work. At this time, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
I'll welcome questions from my colleagues. I have a couple that I'll start with, and then I'm looking if anybody raises their hand. You have a 15-member board. Do you have any vacancies on that board right now that need appointments?
Yes. We have two vacancies, correct?
We have the 18 to 30-year-old seat vacant, and also we are in the process of 2 people now going through the vetting, and you all just approved one.
Okay.
Right now we have 2 there.
So the 2 vacant, one is the 18 to 30-year-old position. The other is a...
The other one is one of the APAP positions.
APAP, okay. And the stipend you mentioned, they currently receive $50. Is it per meeting?
It's for per meeting and per official training.
Okay, and training. And then what you're requesting is that be increased to $100? Okay.
Yes.
And then also just some more clarity around the additional funding request. So in terms of, there were 2 items, personnel and employee benefits. Did I hear you correctly? It says $65,000 here, but you were saying $200,000, right? Because you wanted the deputy chief position or deputy director position. I can't remember what you said. As well as the compensation adjustments. Is that correct?
Yes. $65,000 was for employee retention compensation related to our current staff.
Yep.
But if we were doing it the right way to restructure in the org, it's going to be, there would be more like $200,000 because we add in our deputy directors and then we have to backfill the 2 positions that will become vacant.
Okay, so the 200 would cover both the salary adjustments as well as the revised org structure.
Yes.
Okay, and then you've got 141 additionally on top of that, so totally be 341,000.
141.
Yeah, for the purchasing contracted services. That's the board stipends as well as some of the other contractor items that you listed here. I'm not sure what slide number this is. My apologies.
Oh, right.
Okay. So if I were to, what the real ask is, I'd strike the 65,000, put that at 200 for a total of 341.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And my last question, before I see if my colleagues have any questions, obviously, you said when you're presenting some of the metrics, the FY21 numbers were due to kind of just the COVID, everything being shut down. Are we back to full throttle now in terms of your activity?
Not quite.
Okay.
We're not quite where we were. It's growing, but not exactly where we were before.
And the reason behind that is just...
I think that we're still, as more and more people get engaged, we'll be able to see, especially now that summer is here. Well, summer is about to be here, and more people are going to be out. We might see that bump.
So is it a case load? It's the number of cases you have in the hopper. Is that what's driving kind of getting back to full throttle, or is there a backlog at all in terms of cases that you're investigating right now?
I wouldn't necessarily claim it as a backlog. We are down 1 investigator because we lost that one to Salt Lake City. So there's going to be some ramp up when we hire the new investigator. But looking at pre-COVID is something that if the numbers get back to where they were, we can still manage it with the number of investigators.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm just trying to get an idea of... Yeah, please.
All right. I just want to ask also is that the office have been closed, so citizens weren't able to come in to file complaints, and so we have been relying on online, and a lot of citizens they don't like to use the online platforms. They want to come in person. So now our office is open, and citizens are now coming in to file complaints.
Okay, so you're seeing an uptick in activity.
Yes.
And I fully can understand why someone might not be as willing to do it online.
Right.
Okay, that's helpful. Other questions from my colleagues? Yeah, Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question for you on your budget. So I'm looking at the numbers, and it looks like 36%, almost 40% is going towards purchase contracted services. I'm just wondering, has there been any conversation about possibly bringing some of that in-house under your personnel for some potential cost savings? I'm just thinking about, the variable costs associated with contracting out services. It just seems like there's so much volatility in that being able to bring that in-house might help with some of those numbers.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Winston. We've tried to be intentional about bringing employees in because many of those contracted services address high points in our work. For example, like board member training. Right now, along with everything else, I try to conduct all the board member training for the board members. But as they constantly rotate and come on and off, it becomes a bit of a challenge to make sure that we constantly keeping them trained. And then when we think about how can we take advantage of volunteers who want to work with the agency, it's a challenge of trying to have staff work with the volunteers, coordinate all of that. Whereas if we had somebody who would come in during the summer months, like late spring through summer, that would help with the volunteer piece, volunteer coordinating piece, for a short contract, would help us out, as opposed to just bringing in somebody full time to do that type of work. Because it's not during the late fall and winter, it's not enough work to do with volunteers.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just pulling a playbook out of Councilmember Lewis when we start talking about how can we help in-house.
Yes.
And it just seems like it might be a situation where we can get your employees in the door. So I appreciate that conversation.
All right, thank you.
One other thing, Councilmember, the purchase services does allow, like Mr. Reese said, the flexibility of you bringing someone in at the time that they need to be brought in, given the situation. It also, we've always been very good stewards of the taxpayers' money. So we keep that in mind. If you don't need to have a full-time person on board for that kind of situation, then why bring them on and pay extra benefits? We may be able to use that with another contract servicer to provide an additional support for something else. That's just always at the forefront of our mind.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, other questions from my colleagues? All right, well, thank you very much for your work. It's important work, and we appreciate the information presented today. With that, colleagues, thank you for sticking with us for a very full day of hearings. Just as a reminder, tomorrow morning we will begin at 10 a.m. with Department of Public Works, followed at 11 o'clock by Invest Atlanta, break for lunch, if we're on time, and then 1 p.m. Watershed Management, and 2 p.m. Atlanta Information Management. So thank you very much, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you all.
Thank you.